unexpectedly arrived at my mother-in-law's house, and when I opened the door I was shocked to see her .mp4. Mr. William, hello. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to deliver the project on time. What happened, Julia? I had an accident the day before yesterday. I'm in hospital now. How? You weren't driving, were you? No, I was in a taxi. Anyway, the doctors say it's going to be a while. So the project should probably be handed over to someone else. Do you need help? I don't know yet. My husband will be here. He'll bring my sick leave. All right, darling, feel better. Julia leaned back on the bed, dizzy and aching. What are they giving me? They say it's an anesthetic, but it's probably something else, and my back hurts and I'm dizzy. She tried to remember the day before yesterday and couldn't concentrate. She had been traveling to a client, taking a project. She usually tried to always leave in advance and on public transport. Well, in the extreme case, the boss, the same Mr. William, gave her a car, but here she refused the car. And Nicholas had made a row in the morning about an unironed shirt. You'd think after almost 20 years together, you could have said so from the night before. But no, he got angry like a child. Can't you take care of your husband at home, iron his shirt? Nicholas, you're a grown man. You can't do it yourself, so ask in advance, Julia said. It's like in the first grade. We need to bring a craft tomorrow. You're like, I need an ironed shirt. Why do I need a wife if she can't do such a small thing? So you need me? Shirts to iron? Julia asked. By the way, I work all day too. I cook, clean, and do laundry. The washing machine does the washing, not you. Then ask her to iron your shirt, Julia said. You know, I'll find someone to ask. You can start looking. He brought Julia to tears. While she calmed down, tidied herself up, she did not iron her shirt on principle. In general, with her husband tried to meet as little as possible in a 2-room flat. When finally he angrily slammed the door, the woman looked at herself in the mirror. God, I look like an ant. That's what I am. What do they say? 45 is a woman berry again. I don't know. Maybe, of course, in a couple of years I'll blossom. For now I'm just a watermelon, and not ripe, Julia thought. There are bags under my eyes, pale skin, some spots. If I had divorced him at once, maybe I should have done it, rather than to endure scandals for nearly 20 years for the sake of property division. She looked at her watch. There wasn't much time left, and Julia began to frantically pack, realizing that she wouldn't be able to get there in time by public transport. She had to call a taxi. She was still late, but at least she could call her client and apologize. The driver got into the situation and tried to get the client as quickly as possible. But at an intersection they met a large Jeep, which was in an even greater hurry. It hit the door where Julia was sitting. Either she had sat down awkwardly or had turned round at that moment. But besides the blow, the woman felt pain in her back, from which she lost consciousness. She woke up in hospital. Fractured spine. For the first 24 hours she did not think anything at all, but only did what the doctors said, moved her arms and legs, tried to say phrases. There was no amnesia. She immediately remembered everything that had happened. However, they gave her a call only a day later. Of course, husband Nicholas and son Thomas flew to the hospital. No, the husband did not ask for forgiveness, but he behaved carefully. Talked to the doctor, asked his wife what she wanted and what she could bring. Thomas told the school news, trying to distract his mother from her sad thoughts. She looked at her son and rejoiced. 18 years old. Good kid, caring, always ready to help. I'm surprised he didn't take after his father with his rudeness. For 5 days after the accident, Julia was in shock. Then she was gradually brought back to normal by doctors. And then the next trouble came upon her. Julia, the doctor told her during her regular rounds, "We have stabilized your condition and your life is not in danger. However, you need to get used to the idea that you will no longer be able to walk." Julia's ears pinched again. "What does that mean, doctor?" she asked. "It means we've done all we can, but the lower part of your body will remain paralyzed," the doctor replied. "But how?" "I moved my legs like you asked." The doctor shook his head. It only seemed that way to you. Unfortunately, you can't move your legs. How many times have I asked you to do so? Besides, we've done other tests. You can't feel your legs. Alas, said the doctor, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but at least you're alive and everything else is fine. You'll just have to learn to live a new life. In a wheelchair. Oh, really? What about work? And how am I going to get down from the 3rd floor? Do I need a nanny now? The doctor threw up his hands. Well, I'm powerless to do anything about it. Believe me, in time all problems will be solved. And then, you have your husband and son. I'm sure they'll help. I'm not so sure about that, Julia thought, and closed her eyes. She pondered how to break the news to her men and what she was condemning them to. Now they would have to look after her all the time, hire a carer. And she herself would now not be able to just get dressed, go to the shop, the pharmacy, or just go out for a walk. What kind of life is this? Why has it all fallen on me? And if I had divorced Nicholas, would I be alone now? Or is it his fault that I'm in this position? If he hadn't scandalized me, none of this would have happened. Julia indulged in thought and feeling for a long time. She looked for someone to blame, terrified at the thought of what kind of life was ahead of her. And this at 40, what's the next 30 years, maybe more? I have to live like this. And Thomas, he'll have to look after me all the time now, instead of having his own family and grandchildren. Oh no, we have to come up with something right away. Maybe the doctor doesn't know everything. Maybe there are some prosthetics, Julia thought. You have to live on something. I can't sit on Nicholas's neck. He'll reproach me with every piece of food. I couldn't bear it. What am I going to do? By the time she was discharged from the hospital, Julia had not thought of what to do, but just mentally waved her hand. She decided to act on the circumstances. When she got home, she was amazed at how the flat had changed. A lot of space had been cleared where some things and other rubbish used to stand. Now there were spacious passageways. The doorways seemed wider. And from the bathtub, the threshold that prevented a wheelchair from getting through was gone. Thank you, boys, she looked at the men with tears in her eyes. What's the matter, Mum? It's all for you, Nicholas pronounced. What are you crying about? Thomas was indignant. It's me from happiness. Then let's see how you'll move around. Just then, Nicholas took Julia's chair by the handles and began to roll it from the room to the kitchen, to the other room, and into the bathroom. Everywhere the pushchair went through without a problem. It's just a matter of a few things. Learning to drive it myself, my wife smiled. Everything will come with experience. Well, I'm off to work. Nicholas disappeared out the front door. Julia looked up at her son. Don't you have somewhere to be? No, Mum, I'm going to stay with you, help you settle in. So don't be shy. Ask me if you need anything. Okay, honey. Julia got used to moving around the flat quickly, but the fact that now she had to ask someone in the household to go outside for any reason, whether it was to take out the rubbish or to get her medication, she couldn't get used to for a long time. Over time, of course, she learned to adjust her desires to fit her husband and son's life schedule, but she still felt discomfort when she had to ask for something. It also depressed the woman that she was unemployed. No, of course not. Mr. William had helped her financially at first and even bought her a nice expensive pram. But Mr. William couldn't support Julia for the rest of her life. She realized that very well. All her work in her previous life had involved not only dealing with clients, but traveling. And in her present condition, it was impossible to do so. At home, scandals were increasingly frequent. You, by the way, live on my money, this phrase from the lips of her husband was heard more and more often. It got to the point that he began to reproach not only Julia for spending too much on useless, as he put it, medicines, but also his son Thomas that he wanted to continue his studies after school, rather than go to work to provide for his mother and care for her. Julia spent a long time researching training opportunities for people with disabilities and finally decided on a sewing course, which she had always been good at. A special vehicle was sent to her on the day of the course, which traveled around people in wheelchairs like her, bringing them to the course and then taking them home afterwards. Except that the classes were only about 4 hours long, and Julia's journey took all day. She was very upset about the lost time, during which she could have done something around the house to avoid Nicholas's reproaches. But over time, the woman realized that no matter how hard she tried, she still could not avoid scandals. So she began to let her husband's words pass her ears more often. But Thomas always found out in advance from his mother when she was studying, and on that day was at home in the morning and evening to bring his mother down to the yard, and after the study lifted back up to the flat. After completing the course, Julia had clients who came to the flat. She started sewing to order and getting a solid raise on her disability pension. Also, on one of her trips, the woman met a taxi driver, Scott, who was very attentive to his passenger. He knew how to help the woman sit down, how to fold her pram. "I have a younger sister in a wheelchair. Here's her medication and works," he explained to Julia. They exchanged phone numbers. The woman became freer in her movements and means. This again really pissed off Nicholas, who thought the whole world revolved around him. But his wife had managed to break free from his financial dependence. "Dad, where are you going?" Thomas walked into the flat as Nicholas pushed the packed suitcases towards the exit. "That's it. And you, Thomas, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to live apart." "Have you been raised? You're so big and independent. I think my mission as a parent is over. I want to live for myself for a while." "All this time you've been living for who?" "For you, for Mom. And now I want to finally fulfill my own desires, not someone else's whims." "What about Mom?" "We've talked it over with her. She's fine with it. We'll get a divorce, that's all. We have no minor children, so it's easy to do." "Well, wait a minute. She needs help. Go to the shops, go for a walk." "So? Let the social worker do it. I'm not a babysitter." Thomas looked into the kitchen. Mum was sitting at the table, staring at one point. "So as long as life revolved around you and your mum catered to you, you were fine. The minute Mum needs help, you run away." "How do you talk to your father?" "I've been helping your mother settle in for almost 3 years, by the way. She's quite used to it now and can be on her own. She got a job, even though she could have stayed at home. Disability pension. Are you kidding? If she would do the cleaning like before, do the laundry, iron my shirts, after all. All I hear are reproaches, you won't help me." Thomas looked at his father dismissively. "You wanted to live for yourself. That's where you start from. I'm no help to you now. My mum needs help, and I'm not enough for you too. I have arms and legs. Do it yourself." Thomas turned away and went to Julia in the kitchen. "You'll come crawling back. Both of you come crawling back to me," Nicholas shouted angrily and slammed the front door. The sound made Mum feel as if she had woken up. "Thank God he's gone. I can't bear to listen to his reproaches and whims. How are you doing, son?" "I thought everything was fine this morning, but now." "Don't worry, it's between us." "What do you mean, our thing? He left you helpless, and you've been cleaning up after him for 20-odd years. We just got tired of each other during that time. He thinks he deserves better than me." "Dad, where else is he going to find one? Maybe he already has." "So he's run off to a woman." "Thomas, he's your father and he raised you. Don't talk about him like that." "How are we going to cope?" "The same way we did before." "Have we seen much help from him?" "More talk. I'm in the know, I've done courses. I've got customers. I'll keep sewing at home. They say it's a very sought-after specialty." "You didn't answer what's new with you." "I'm fine. I closed the session. The day after tomorrow, I'm invited to bowling for my birthday. I'm going with my fellow students to have fun. By the way, do you know what a girl can get for her 20th birthday?" "Like what?" "Flowers, of course." "No, that goes without saying." "What else?" "Do you like the girl?" "You misunderstand. She and I are in the same group. She has a boyfriend. That's Marcus, a friend of mine. Remember?" "Of course." "So Molly is getting her girlfriends and his friends together so Marcus won't be bored alone in the girls' group. Then give some handmade chocolates or a soft toy. Something that isn't too obliging." "What if she doesn't eat chocolate?" Trust me, that's already her problem. She'll just enjoy getting a gift from you. Thanks. I'm on holiday later. Maybe we could go out. So what? Are you going to spend the whole holiday with me, Thomas? I'm asking if you want to go out with your son. And you're just as quick to jump in. Julia nodded at the wheelchair. It's all from that. I take everything as pity and wanting to look after me. Maybe that's why your dad left too. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about him now, we're talking about you. Where shall we go? Museum, theater. You know, I've been wanting to go to the planetarium for a long time. But I don't feel comfortable asking. What's so inconvenient? It's decided I'll get the tickets and tell you when we're going. It's good that you don't plan anything for that day. What can I plan? I don't know. A client's coming over, or you're going on a date yourself. You're a fast learner. I need to keep an eye on you. That's right. I'll switch on the second speed. I'll fly away on the wings of love, laughed the woman. Bowling. The birthday girl, Molly, suggested we split into male and female teams. No, Molly, that wouldn't be fair. Maybe I want to play on the same team as you, Marcus protested. And if we share who wants to play with whom, then those who no one knows will be offended, objected the girl. Let's write names on pieces of paper now, and Paul Thomas suggested. One cap has the names of the guys and one cap has the names of the girls. And for example, you and your sister, or Marcus and I take turns pulling from one or the other. So Thomas ended up on the same team as the birthday girl's sister Amanda. And his friend Marcus pulled a piece of paper with Molly's name on it out of the woman's cap. Can't be helped. Fate, he smiled and kissed the girl lightly. As it turned out, Amanda was 2 years younger than her sister and a very good balloon thrower. When she threw out a strike with her last hit, which defeated the opposing team, Thomas happily lifted the birthday girl's little lightweight sister above the floor and lowered her, putting her back down. I don't like this one, she smiled. What Thomas wondered and brought the girl back to the ground. When strangers touch me, Amanda explained. So we do know each other. Well, not that familiar. Well, I'm sorry. Molly's older sister addressed her. Thomas has just known you for a couple of hours, so he's not aware of all your quirks. And if I sit next to you, you'll just tell me what you don't like yet. Would that be okay, Thomas asked the girl. Easy, Amanda nodded with her blonde hair. It was a warm June, so Julia went up to the outdoor area with Thomas after the planetarium cinema. She walked between telescopes and sundials from different eras and civilizations, reading the accompanying information and generally enjoying the weather and the company of her son. Hello, Thomas, she heard a girlish voice somewhere off to the side where her son had retreated. Julia turned round. Standing next to the young man was a short girl. The guys were talking about something and smiling. Pretty in such cute ponytails, Julia thought, and saw the couple heading towards her. A couple of years ago, the woman would have been very embarrassed by her position and would have tried to avoid making acquaintances. But now, smiling, she waited for the boys to approach. Mom, I'd like you to meet me. This is Amanda, Marcus and Molly's girlfriend, sister, Thomas almost stammered trying to pronounce it. Nice to meet you. And my name is Julia. How do I address you? Why is that awkward? Are you interested in astronomy too? I like to look at the stars. If that's called being interested in astronomy, then yes. But I'm actually here with my mates. And the girl waved her hand at the company standing nearby. Pretty, that Amanda of yours, Julia said to her son when they got home. Mum, she's not mine at all. We met at a bowling alley when Molly was celebrating her birthday. Too bad she's not yours, though. Then someone else will be lucky. But you won't be so lucky. The first thing she said was that she didn't like strangers touching her. Did you touch her? We won, and she threw the winning strike. Well, I spun her around. She demanded to be put in her place and spoke her mind to me. Well, she's right. Who likes to be hugged and spun around without being asked? You have to be more careful about expressing your feelings. I'll try next time, Thomas muttered and went to his room. Mum left the day after Amanda's birthday when she turned 10. The girl woke up expecting a delicious breakfast and her mom's cheerful voice. But instead, her dad Oliver was sitting on the kitchen table, fidgeting with her note. The girl read it later as an adult. Oliver, I have fallen in love with another man. I was hoping to deal with this feeling, but I can't. I don't want to deceive you, so I'm leaving. I'm leaving the girls to you. I believe they'll grow up to be wonderful girls. Don't hold a grudge. Mom took one suitcase with her. Most of her things remained lying on the shelves, and it looked as if she would be back soon. It wasn't until about 5 years later, when Dad started renovating the house, that he sorted out the rest of Mom's things. The good ones he gave to charity, some he threw away. Some he kept as a memento. As an adult, Amanda still couldn't understand how anyone could do such a thing. And it was okay for her. But Molly's wife was Daddy's stepdaughter. Dad had married Mom when she was already pregnant with Molly. And he raised and educated his eldest daughter as his own. Never gave Amanda any preferential treatment and made sure that none of his daughters felt left out of his father's love. And just like that, to walk away because she fell in love with someone else. Leaving her daughters behind, Molly made attempts to find her mom, discouraging her younger sister from helping her. But Amanda had her daddy's ironclad temper. She didn't want to know the one who left her. She always took her father's side, and even when she grew up, she never felt the desire to find this woman who was a stranger to her. Dad did everything for his daughters. He collected them for school, helped with lessons, went to parent-teacher conferences. Both girls did well. Only Amanda sometimes received remarks on behavior because of her too sharp, almost boyish character. Dad always signed in his diary that he had seen the teacher's note, and he said, "Everybody's character is different. You got a boyish one. What can I do about it? I'm not going to break you over my knee." "When you grow up, you'll understand," Dad said. It was only for her father's sake that Amanda tried to behave calmly at school. True, once when one of the elders said that she and Molly were orphans, Amanda threw herself at the offender with fists. "We are not orphans. We have a daddy, the best daddy in the world. No mom can replace him. Understand?" screamed the girl. She was barely dragged away from the high school student. The physics teacher took Amanda to her classroom, and only there did she burst into tears. Why? They don't even half have fathers or don't live with them. That's normal. And when we only have one dad, we're orphans right away? We're normal. Understand? Our dad is better than most, Amanda wailed. The teacher stroked her head and nodded in agreement. Then she let her wash up in the back room and let her go to her lessons. Daddy Oliver always gave money for every activity, whether it was a trip to museums or a tour of the city. "I work," he excused himself to his favorites. "I can't go with you all the time. And this way you will grow up not only beautiful but also well-educated." Sometimes Oliver helped with the classroom. If desks needed fixing or cabinets needed hanging, Amanda, the new daddy, was always called. He would come with a suitcase of tools, take a good look at the front of the work, and get to work. By graduation, Oliver himself found an attire and took his eldest daughter Molly there to have the most beautiful dress she had ever dreamed of made. 2 years later, Amanda went to her graduation in a store-bought trouser suit. "I don't need these princess dresses," she said. "I feel like a fish out of water in them. And besides, they're all out of my style. You and your blonde curls would be like a fairy in a film." "I hate those curls and I'm going to dye my hair black," Amanda blurted out. But thank God she did not experiment with her hair. Amanda also chose a male institute, physics and technology. "I feel good there," she said when asked about studying in a male team. "They are all busy doing their own things. They don't pay attention to me. And I don't care about them, to be honest," Amanda thought. But she did go to the bowling alley for a girl's birthday party. There were fellow students, Molly and her boyfriend Marcus, whom she had been dating for 2 years. Amanda loved bowling and she was good at it, so she helped her team win. Everyone congratulated her, and the team captain and his friend Thomas even lifted and spun the girl in the air. It took Amanda's breath away, but she wasn't ashamed of the guy, but rather of her own enthusiastic reaction, which was not her style at all. The next time Thomas met Amanda was at a football game. A friend had called him over. "Listen, it's a great match, but my Molly's canceled. She's either got a manicure or a hairdresser for that time." Do you want to go? Thomas wasn't a fan, but sometimes went to football for the atmosphere and the spectacle. And in the company of his best friend, he immediately agreed. What was his surprise when he saw Amanda next to Marcus? Hi, he smiled at the girl. What brings you here? You think only men like football, Amanda replied defiantly. I don't think anything, Thomas mumbled, wondering to himself why this girl was so defiant towards complete strangers. Marcus explained that he had taken 4 tickets, but only Amanda could go and the others refused. At least I found you. And the 4th ticket is missing. Upset, the friend finished. Next time, tell me there are 2 tickets. Maybe I could find someone, Thomas suggested. At halftime, Marcus went out for a smoke while Thomas bought coffee and crisps. When he returned, his friend was still out and Amanda was sitting on a chair with her legs tucked up. The weather was chilly. Do you want coffee? Thomas asked. The girl nodded. He handed her a cup and felt how cold her hands were. Are you completely cold? I don't have anything to give you to put on, the boy said. How about you don't be stubborn like a donkey? I'm hugging you just to keep you warm. Don't think too much, Thomas said to Amanda. No, I don't mind, the girl smiled. Look, I've been out for 10 minutes and you're already sitting here cuddled up. What do you call that? Marcus stretched out with a chuckle, returning from his smoke break. It's called cold weather. If you're cold, you can join us, Thomas said. He pointed to the seat next to him. No, I don't know what Molly will think when she sees you and me cuddling. I'd rather sit on Amandine's side. She's a girl, after all, at first glance. At least immediately, bending down, Marcus jokingly received a fist on the forehead from Amanda. All right, Marcus said conciliatingly. Pretty girl, no reservations. But remember, I'm with your sister Molly. I have no claim. Amanda showed him her tongue. After football, Marcus went to pick Molly up from the cinema, where she had gone after the beauty salon with her friends. And he had strictly instructed Thomas to walk Amanda all the way to the front door. I'm responsible for her, and if she runs off anywhere, I'll give you a hard time, Marcus threatened. I'm not going anywhere, Amanda said. I just want to get home quicker in general. I'm freezing. Sorry. Amanda, accompanied by Thomas, walked towards the entranceway. And sorry if I'm asking the wrong question. Why is your mom in a wheelchair? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, the girl asked. Oh no, she was in an accident. Her legs were paralyzed afterwards, Thomas shrugged. A long time ago, over 3 years ago. I see. Do you want to come in? Get warm? No, I think I'll go. Mom will be worried. Thank you, bye. Amanda suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Thomas on his unshaven cheek. The girl had already disappeared down the driveway, but he stood there, rubbing the spot where she had kissed him. The next day, Marcus called Thomas at 7 a.m. Are you crazy? Thomas snapped at him. It's the weekend. You'll wake Mum up. Put it on mute, said his friend judiciously. Actually, it's a small but urgent request, Marcus said to Thomas over the phone. I'm taking Molly to the train station now. I want to ask you to buy some medication for Amanda and take it to her. She's been sick since last night's match. Marcus gave the list of medication and the address flat 38. She'll get it, because my dad won't be back from his shift until after 12. And she doesn't even have any antipyretics. Got it. I'll do it, Thomas replied. He hung up the phone and started to get dressed for somewhere this early. Where are you going? Woke up, Mum wondered. There's someone I need to help. Don't worry, I'll be back by lunchtime, Thomas said as he kissed his mum on the top of her head. He grabbed his purse and closed the front door. Amanda looked very pale. How could it be? Didn't the coffee or Marcus and I hugging you help? Thomas asked. I don't know myself. This sort of thing doesn't usually happen. I'm actually a hardened person. I've been camping in the rain, in the snow, freezing intense, and I've never been sick. But here's some football, and immediately the temperature is 39. Well, go to bed. I'll do everything now. I'll bring you some medicine, Thomas said. Have you had breakfast, by the way? He asked. I don't feel like it. Okay, I'll figure it out. The kitchen is this. Amanda pointed with her hand and retired to her room to her bed. Thomas boiled the kettle, poured in the instant medication. Then he looked in the fridge, took out 2 eggs and set them to boil. Finding bread, he made a cheese sandwich. Not finding a tray, he took a large flat plate, put the medicine and food in it, and carried it into the girl's room. Amanda opened her eyes and sat down on the bed in surprise. "Wow. How did you get the hang of it so fast? Who taught you that?" she asked. Life Thomas smiled. "Come on, sit down, we'll have breakfast now. Did you take your medication?" "No one has ever brought me breakfast in bed before." "Well, there's a first time for everything. How did you know I wanted eggs?" "I didn't guess," the young man shrugged. "I just know from myself that when you're sick, it's hard-boiled eggs that go best. And here's another sandwich. It seems to me that no one has ever invented anything tastier than a cheese sandwich." "I like it with red caviar or fish," Amanda said dreamily. "I love them too, but you can't eat them every day. But you can have them with cheese." "I don't get bored," Thomas said. "Eat. Come on, stop talking." Amanda happily took an egg from the dish and began peeling it onto her plate. After the girl ate her breakfast and drank the healing potion, Thomas carried everything back to the kitchen. "Leave it," Amanda shouted after him. "I'll wash it myself." She noted with some admiration, however, that the young man had not listened to her. From the kitchen came the sound of pouring water. "Well, why did you? I told you I'll wash it myself." "I know how men don't like to do the dishes," Amanda said. "Who told you that?" "I love it when I do the dishes, thinking about life or some difficult problem that needs to be solved." "And you know it helps," Thomas replied. "You're right in my words. Who taught you that?" "Mum. She always said that you can find positive aspects in any activity. You just have to be lazy to look for them." "My dad hates washing dishes, but he has 2 daughters. It's not hard for the 2 of us to share the housework." "Where's Mum?" Thomas asked. Amanda sighed. "Mum's gone." "I'm sorry, no, you misunderstand. She didn't die. She packed up her things one morning and left one morning, leaving my sister and I to Daddy." "How come she left you?" "It turns out she did." "Wow. How long ago?" "The day after my 10th birthday. That is, she decided that Molly and I were grown up and could be left to Daddy." "I don't think she decided anything. She wrote a note saying she was in love with someone and disappeared from the horizon." "Didn't you try to find her?" "Molly tried, and I refused. I thought the search was unfair to her father. I mean, kind of a betrayal. He raised us and we're still looking for our mum." "Exactly. You're using my words again, aren't you? I can't imagine living without my mum." "I have the opposite situation," Thomas said. "Well, it's much simpler, really. My dad left when I was almost 20, said I was grown up and he wasn't a babysitter, and left my disabled mum." Amanda ahed after the accident. "No, he lived with us for a couple more years. Like he said, waiting for Mum to settle in. And then, I'm sorry, and then it was just the 2 of you and Mum." "Yes, but you wouldn't think so. She's very independent. She managed to finish a tailoring course, and now she sews at home. Only sometimes you have to go somewhere with her. To the hairdresser, for example. And after the accident, she's also become easier to get along with people. She even knows a taxi driver now. That's amazing to me. It was a taxi that got her into the accident. She said she had to fight her fears. So she started taking taxis more than she did before the accident. That's where Scott and I met. Now if I can't take her somewhere, she calls him, and voila. He comes and takes her wherever she needs to go, mostly to the shop for thread and fittings. But she can't travel much on her allowance, so she has to work part-time." "You've got a heroic mum." Amanda smiled and was alert when she heard the front door lock open. "Here comes Daddy." When Oliver entered the flat, he was greeted by Amanda and an unfamiliar young man. "Hello," the father looked at his daughter questioningly. "Let's get acquainted. This is Thomas." Nice to meet you. Oliver the man held out his hand. Thomas brought me some medicine, otherwise I'm sick after the football yesterday. Why didn't you text me? I'd stop by on my way out now and buy everything. Well, it's almost 12 now. Thomas brought me everything from early this morning. Has Molly gone? Yes, Mr. William. Marcus took her to the station. Thomas is a friend of his, by the way. Well, thank you, young man, for your concern for my daughter. Have some tea with us. No thanks, I'll be off. Amanda is in safe hands. I have many more plans for today. See you soon then. Goodbye. Why? As the door closed behind his guest, Oliver looked questioningly at his daughter. A friend of Marcus's, then? Well, yes, we met him back in the holidays. He was captain of my team. Then we met at the planetarium when I went there with my girlfriends. And he was with his mum. With mum, Dad was genuinely surprised. Yes, his mum's legs are paralyzed, so he sometimes goes out with her to places like that. And yesterday there was a ticket missing. So Mr. William called Thomas to come to the football with us. That's all. All right, daughter. It's noticeable that I've asked you practically nothing. Did you tell me everything yourself? Yes, I know. You're generally sensitive and understanding. Amanda didn't bother to kiss her father. Because I'm sick and retired to her room to her bed. After Scott dropped Julia off at the usual place near Schweik's shop, she rounded the corner to the entrance and was horrified to find that the pavement there had been ripped up. A ditch had been dug in the pavement and bridges had been laid, which she could not climb up on her own. At a loss, she sat next to the decking and looked around, hoping for someone to casually help carry her over the obstacle. But in the middle of the workday, grandmothers with small children walked by. Can I help you? A man's voice sounded to her right. The woman exhaled with relief. Yes, please, if it's not too much trouble. She caught a glimpse of a man about her age who took a firm grip of the pram's handles and began to carefully lift it up the steep climb. Why are you without an attendant? He inquired. Oh, as long as there was no construction here, I managed on my own. And today it's a surprise, agreed the stranger as she crossed the bridge. Where do you want to go next? Right here, to the Schweik's shop. Julia pointed to the entrance. Thank you very much. I can take it from here. You're welcome. How'd you get back? About the same. So maybe I should wait for you. Well, why would you waste your time? Some other kind person will find some other kind person. The man didn't put the pram down, rolled it up to the very entrance of the shop and held the door open. And yet I'll wait. No, I'll be there to choose and I may be late. I've got nowhere to rush. It's my day off and the weather's fine. So you can manage my time. Julia, realizing that she was expected after all, tried to finish her shopping as quickly as possible. When she appeared in the doorway, the midday sun was blinding her, and she didn't immediately notice the man waiting for her. He quickly walked over to the pram, took hold of the handles, and began to lower it. You don't think I'm imposing, but I thought your face looked familiar. Only I can't remember where we might have met. Then stop here. Did you decide I was clingy after all? No, it's been so long since anyone's courted me that it would probably be nice. I just want us to stand in the shadows and I'll look at you. What if I recognize you? Otherwise you've been behind me all the time and I couldn't see. When the man found himself standing opposite Julia, she too thought something familiar about him. What's your name? Oliver. And you're Julia, aren't you? Julia, is that you? Is that you? Me, Oliver from the neighboring school. Remember we were in the same school? At the talent encounter competition or something? You were reciting your poetry then? And Gwen was playing drums, seeing you off. She was in love, remember? The image of a blonde-haired, funny-looking boy with a girl's haircut came to Julia's mind. Oliver, of course I remember. I was in love with you too. We used to walk in the park and go to the cinema together. Right. Where did you disappear to? I went away to study. I got married. I have a grown-up son. Did you get married too? 2 daughters. Why are you in a pram? I had an accident 4 years ago in a taxi. Now I live differently. Leave me here, I'll call a taxi and they'll pick me up. Oh, really? Let me take you home. No, I'm telling you, don't. I've got it all worked out. The cattle will pull up right here. He's been driving me for over 3 years now. Julia, it's not hard for me, really. It's hard for me, Oliver, so thank you. But don't. Well, then maybe we can exchange contacts. Why? You can't ask me out on a date. You're not likely to come to visit either, are you? Let's just leave it at that. There's nothing to rekindle the past. That's a shame. Sometimes I thought we had a lot to say to each other. Believe me, I don't. Just an ordinary life like everyone else's. That's it. Come on, kiss you bye. Julia rolled the pram up to the taxi that had pulled up. Oliver looked sadly after her and went about his business. Dad, why are you looking so pensive? Amanda suddenly interrupted her story about going to the cinema when she saw that her father wasn't listening. Eh? No, I'm fine. Come on, it's not fine. Usually you always listen attentively. Now you're somewhere else. Come on, what happened? Falling in love. Bah. Amanda, what are you doing? What fall in love? I just met someone I know. We went to neighboring schools. So what? She's an old lady now. No, it's not that. She's still beautiful, but only with her mature beauty. She's my first love. She's in a wheelchair. And she's traveling around the city. She's adapted. She looks like she's not discouraged at all, just like 30 years ago. So what if she's in a wheelchair? Thomas's mom also uses a wheelchair to get around without the help of a man, and lives life to the fullest. Did she recognize you? Not right away, of course. Both of us have changed in the meantime, but we talked anyway. She's married and has a son. I told her I had 2 daughters, that's all. It just made me sad. Now I'm thinking, why didn't I take her coordinates? You didn't. Well, I asked, but I don't think she really wanted to give them. Maybe she has a jealous husband or was afraid I'd start hitting on her. Anyway, it's like this meeting never happened. Would you have? What started hitting on me? I don't know. She's pretty. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to resist. There you go, good for you. She sensed that and decided not to give you a chance. There's no point in reminiscing about your past loves. It's time to look for new ones. You're an optimist. I'm too old for new ones. Even the classics said that love is for all ages. You'll find yourself a young, beautiful woman. Would you like me to introduce you to my mates? So Amanda, stop being sarcastic. We've had our heart-to-heart talk and it's bedtime. I'm going on shift tomorrow. Good night, Dad. The youngest daughter kissed the sitting father on the top of his head. By the way, where's your sister? Suddenly remembered. Amanda shrugged. Who knows her, Molly? Maybe she's staying at Marcus's? Or hanging out in some bar again? I can't wait to get married, or I'm starting to worry about her. And for me. Not for you. Igoza, I know you can handle your problems on your own, and if you need help, you can complain to your daddy. I'm always ready, but I hope you won't need it. Me neither, Amanda said, slamming the bathroom door. Thomas thought for a long time about what excuse he could find to see Julia. Then he just texted her. Hi, what are your plans for today? How are you feeling? Hi, I'm fine. Thought I'd go for a walk to clear my head, but I can't. I can't get my head round nuclear physics. And the day after tomorrow I have to pass my exams. Just don't get snotty, or it'll be like football. You're just like my dad. Can you come with me and supervise? No, if you don't want to, why should I? I'm the one who called you out. Then I don't mind. Well, are you coming? I'll be there in half an hour. Waiting. Thomas began frantically pacing around the room, trying to figure out what he should wear so that if Julia got cold, he could lend it to her, with a wide, masculine gesture. "Mum, I'm leaving." "Mum, I'm going out, but I'll be back tonight." He glanced over to Julia, who was typing up another order. "Okay." She looked up and smiled. "Just get some bread. Deal." Thomas sprinted out the door. They walked with Amanda along the river, talking about school, friends, and parents. "Dad can't wait for Molly to finally get married," the girl said suddenly. Why, Thomas wondered. He feels that only then will she stop wandering around the bars and sitting with her girlfriends. But I don't think his sister is planning that anytime soon. And if Marcus proposes to her, will she refuse or ask her to wait, but still refuse? She told me herself that married life is not for her. She likes to spend her time as she pleases, not hang up her obligations to her husband and, God forbid, her children, if anything. That's what I'm quoting. That's odd. And I would never say that. Especially when you look at their relationship with my mate. You'll excuse me, but that's not for broadcast. She's got a temper like that. She likes dating for now. She'll be with Marcus. Once she finds something more interesting to do, she'll leave him. I wish I was wrong. Me and Dad like him. It's just Mum's temper, the grimaces. I think you either underestimate your sister or you're just jealous of her. What's there to be jealous of? Well, time will tell. So I'm not going to argue. It's a waste of time. I realize you value your time. So you don't think our walks are a waste? No, of course not. At the moment, I'm taking a break from nuclear physics and getting to know a nice person better at the same time. Double benefit. You know, Amanda, that's what amazes me about you. You say everything directly. No flirtatiousness, no innuendos, no sly looks. Maybe that's what I want to impress you with. Well, you've succeeded. But why? Do I like you? Is it okay if I said it first? It's cheeky, but it's great. That's why I like you too. Then maybe we'll go out. Not everything has to go to your Molly, does it? I'd love to. Do you know where I live? There's my phone number. I'm always on call and I'm up for any entertainment within reason, of course. I suggest we start the classic way, the cinema. You can't go classic. The first one was football. We have a good chance of getting on the right track cinema. Why don't we watch an action film? Or a cartoon, depending on what's on. By the time Amanda turned in her session, summer was in full swing. She and Thomas went to the beach, sometimes with Molly and Marcus to grill kebabs, rented boats, and went to the middle of the river to put their faces in the fresh breeze. Thomas was seeing more and more of the girl's father, and the men found many common topics of conversation. I've always been dismissive of these fashionable professions, Oliver told his daughter, but it turns out that marketers can be interesting people too. Like your Thomas, for instance. Why did he suddenly get drawn into such a strange field? The name itself sounds like a swear word. Dad, we can't all be engineers, electricians, mechanics, Amanda objected. If he'd been some kind of sales manager or taxi driver, which would have been better. I can't say about a salesman, but a taxi driver is quite a man's profession. How ancient are you, Amanda, smiling, looked at her father. What's so old and boring? Well, there's a little bit. Okay, Thomas's excuse is that he's pretty good with cars and knows a lot of the history of the world's biggest brands. And did you ask him? Does he need your excuses? Well, I have to be sure who I'm giving my car to, don't I? So the fact that he, Molly, and Marcus are in school is only now becoming a concern to you. But she's already got a temper of her own, twisting everyone around as she pleases. And you're my favorite? And if something goes wrong, will you be upset? What could be wrong? So you don't mind the favorite. Amanda realized that Dad had cleverly lured her into a verbal trap and went on the offensive. I don't get it at all. It's easy for us to discuss either I'm favorite or I'm not. Now, a long time ago, no one measures by such categories. It's nice, it's fun. So I'm really quite old then. I thought love was still necessary. Come on. Let's stop being boring. We're just spending time together. Got it. Silence. Do you want strawberries? Oliver pulled an ice cream cone out of the freezer, cut some fresh strawberries he'd bought at the market into it, and handed it to his daughter. This one's to keep you in mind. Daddy always knows what you love and who you love too. Amanda laughed as she gorged herself on the treat. Before the new school year, the girl left for a student internship. It was difficult for outsiders and relatives to come there, as the city was closed and it was not easy to get there. Therefore, Thomas only called Amanda and told her the news. However, he did this often every day. You were right, though. Molly told Marcus it was time to break up. I comforted him all night last night. He was worried he'd done something wrong. We're about to start our degree. He was hoping to defend himself and propose to her. But it didn't turn out that way. I'm sorry I was right about Molly. Honestly, I was hoping she wouldn't do that to Marcus. But no, I don't even know what to do to calm him down. It's okay. The kid's a grown-up. He'll get over it. How's your internship going? Very interesting. Too bad I can't tell you anything, but it'll be over soon. I miss my dad and you terribly. Me too. Amanda. Come back soon. A couple of days before she returned, Thomas suddenly stopped calling and only texted back. He said it was inconvenient. He didn't have time. On the one hand, Amanda calmed down, but on the other hand, she thought about the fact that Thomas was nobody and had no right to do as he wanted. Back at the beginning of the summer, she would have called him herself. But now something had subtly changed in their relationship. When she, tired from the train, walked into the flat, she was surprised by some new look in the hallway and the fresh smell. From the kitchen door, a smiling dad looked out. There she is, he pronounced to someone and went to hug his daughter. Thomas came out of their girls' room carrying a huge bouquet of red roses. He smilingly handed them to the girl. Her heart leaped with happiness. But trying to appear nonchalant, Amanda said, "Hi, everybody. What's going on here?" "Oh, just this. Thomas has come to ask for your hand in marriage. I suggested we wait for you after all." Dad winked at the groom. "And we've been waiting for you for 3 days now." Thomas laughed. "Are you guys serious or something?" "No, I get that he's so serious. Practitioners' senses of humor are atrophying, but not to this extent. It's just that Thomas helped me redecorate the corridor. Here's the wallpaper lighter, the furniture fixed, right?" Amanda agad, looking round at the new interior of the hallway. "But that doesn't defeat the main purpose." Thomas dropped to one knee in front of the girl. "Will you marry me? I'm no engineer, of course, but I can still do something with my hands. See, and then your daddy will always help if I fail." "Come to think of it," Amanda squinted, "because I haven't even had time to wash my hands from the road." "Well, go wash, then. Think about it. If you're so indecisive." "Come on, wash later. I missed you." "Of course, yes, I'll do it." "There you go, you hesitated. I told you so." However, that wasn't all the news on his return. At the table, her father told her that Molly had left home, practically repeating her mother's behavior. A week ago, she came out to breakfast and said, "Dad, I've fallen in love, so I've left Marcus. You have no idea how good it makes me feel. Only now do I realize what true happiness is. That's why I'm leaving with him without even meeting him. I don't think that's possible right now. I'll call you and Amanda, but we're going south, so we won't be able to see each other." "Down south where? Miami or something?" Dad asked. "No, North Caucasus. That's where he's from." "I figured that would be a problem, so I didn't want to introduce you. Yes, he's from there. We're going to live with his family." "Daughter, are you sure about this man? It's a different culture, different customs, and there will be no such liberty for you there." "Dad, that's out of the question. The suitcase is already packed by 11. It'll be waiting for me at the driveway." "What about your diploma? All you have to do is defend it." "To finish my education, I'll deal with that. That's all." Then she took her suitcase and left, leaving Dad alone. "I think I'm missing something, but there's no way I can figure out what exactly they're going through. She's 22. She's a grown woman. Let her live her life as she knows how. But she's my daughter, just like you. And now I'll be thinking about how she can settle down among strangers. It was her choice, wasn't it? If you had forbidden her. If you could, what then? Amanda asked. Oliver shrugged. I don't know. I don't know. I do. She would then blame you for all her failures. Now, God forbid she does well. But if anything happens, she can always come back here. I calmed your father down as best I could. Thomas excused himself as the two of them walked alone into the room. Don't make a drama out of it. Haven't you had enough trouble with your mum? So now you're also acting as a shoulder to cry on for my dad. I love you, Amanda. But sometimes I can't understand why you're so callous at times. Must be a tough man's upbringing. It's just a shame she won't be at my wedding. Or me at hers, apparently. It's become. Shall we go and break the news to my mum? I'm not tired at all. And now I can roll mountains at all. Now I'll get changed and let's go. Julia was sitting at the sewing machine when Thomas came whirling into the house, shouting from the doorway. Mummy. Mummy, where are you now? I'm here, she answered from the room. She finished her stitching and headed out into the corridor. Her son handed her a bouquet of her favorite chrysanthemums with shining eyes. What's the occasion? Julia asked. I have news. No, we have news for you. Amanda, come in. The girl Julia and her son had met at the planetarium entered the flat. I proposed to Amanda and she agreed to marry me. So, Mum, you've already met Amanda, of course, but now accepting her in her new capacity as my future daughter-in-law. Julia became agitated. But why didn't you say so before? I'd be quick to prepare something to celebrate. I haven't even got anything to serve for tea. You don't need anything. We brought a cake. Amanda pointed to the box. Where's your kitchen? Let me help. Thomas took his favorite by the hand and led the way. Julia returned to the room to put her work away and gather her thoughts a little. What a frisky boy. She was surprised at her own calmness, that he'll have more to worry about now. And I'll probably have more too. 5 minutes later, Julia was in the kitchen helping the boys set the table. So when are the wedding plans? Mum asked when everyone had finally sat down to tea in a friendly manner. We're planning to apply tomorrow, Thomas said with a mute question looking at the girl. Amanda smiled and nodded yes, tomorrow. And they usually give you 2 months there. So somewhere around the end of October or early November, most likely. And how do you plan to celebrate? Who are you going to invite? Thomas looked questioningly at Julia now. Well, we should probably invite Dad. Well, I don't know about calling, but you should definitely let him know. He's your father. And you, won't you be offended? Offended by what? I wouldn't invite him to my wedding. But it's your party. And Nicholas is no stranger to you, Julia said. Well, yes, that's not what I'm talking about right now. There are a lot of guests. Where and how do you plan to celebrate? We haven't planned anything like that yet. Thomas proposed to me, and we went straight from home to your place, Amanda replied. Julia smiled. It's my pleasure. It's just that I think you need to think about how you're going to celebrate your holiday. How about we just sign and call it a day? Thomas asked his favorite girl. Amanda nodded confidently. Julia, seeing her confusion, decided to help a little. Can I tell you what it looks like as an adult? And then you can decide for yourselves, okay? And after the children agreed, she continued. You can just sign your name and that's it. That's what people usually do when they get married for the second or third time, if the previous ones were unsuccessful for some reason. But in general, the holiday is for both of you to remember the day. And when you have a hard time, I hate to disappoint you, but there will be. That's when each of you could mentally return to this festive day, remember the happy eyes of your loved one, and look for a way out or ways to reconcile. Well, and in addition, you will then definitely not forget when to congratulate your wife. Usually men have a hard time with such dates. Julia looked at her son and Amanda mumbled in embarrassment. but I don't even know who to invite. Parents and friends, relatives of those with whom one wants to share this joyous day. Daddy's the one you want to share it with, and Molly, my sister. But she's gone, and she'll be gone for sure, Thomas said. I will, Mr. William. You don't mind, do you? He looked at Amanda. Of course I don't. Only I'm not sure he'll want to come after what Molly did to him. But I've discussed it with him. No more than 10 people will be gathered anyway. We'll make a small reservation at the restaurant. Julia, will you help me with my dress? Amanda suddenly asked her future mother-in-law. Thomas told me that you make party dresses. Amanda asked. Of course, darling, I'll do anything you want, Julia replied. Over the next 2 months, Amanda began to turn up at Julia's sometimes with Thomas, but more often alone. I don't want him to know what dress I'm going to wear before the wedding, she explained to Julia of her visits alone. First, they discussed the style. Then the girl brought samples of fabrics, from which the seamstress chose a light lilac silk. And after the material was purchased, Julia set to work. At each fitting, she found something that could still be improved in the dress. And in the meantime, she asked the girl about her life. You said Dad will be at the wedding. What about Mum? Mum hasn't lived with us for a long time. Molly and I were raised by her, Amanda replied. Well, you should at least let her know. Thomas's dad doesn't live with us either. But you have to tell him. Amanda waved her head negatively. I'm not going to. Besides, even if I wanted to, I still don't know where she is. So you don't keep in touch at all? Absolutely, Amanda sighed. Julia shrugged. I don't understand it. To just leave your daughters like that and not think of them at all. Maybe something happened to her, but that's not how it works either. It happens, Amanda sighed sadly. Molly tried to find her but couldn't, or told me she couldn't find her. And now I've repeated her fate myself. It's a good thing she didn't dump her children on her father and me. We'll get over it somehow. But what's it going to be like for her? I would have asked her to the wedding, but she told me not to look for her and said she'd call me herself. Dad must be upset, but he doesn't show it. He's comforting me, too. I'd love to meet him. At our party, you'll see how good he is. He's the best. I'm sure he is, Julia smiled. Mum, would you be okay if we stayed at Amanda's for now? Thomas asked Julia shortly before the wedding. No, why should I be offended? Julia wondered. If that's what you've decided, then it's what's best for you. It's just that Amanda is the mistress there, and here it'll be the two of you. And then it's closer for her to get to school. And Oliver works shifts, and sometimes he's gone 24 hours a day. And I'm here all the time. She continued with a smile. Don't worry about me, Thomas. You know I've adjusted well. And then I trust you won't leave me anyway, and you'll at least call. Not just call, but come alone and visit with Amanda. You and I have been through so much together, I'll never leave you, my word of honor. I know, son, everything will be fine, but only if you're happy. And if you need such a small thing as living at Amanda's to do that, who am I to object? I have the most understanding mum, the loveliest mum in the world. Thomas rushed to hug her. Well, don't exaggerate. Though I am certainly pleased. On the day of the wedding, Thomas had been very nervous since the morning of the wedding. Even though the registration was scheduled for 4 p.m., he got up at 6, and by 10, he didn't know where to put his hands. Distract yourself. Shoot a film or something? Watch it, Julia urged him. Mum, what film? Wedding Crashers, for example. Or 4 weddings and a funeral. I appreciate your sense of humor, but I'm having a today. Why did you have to call the reception so late? I'm going to go crazy waiting. Well, hello, here we are. I waited 2 months. Everything was fine. And in a few hours he's worried, what if she changes her mind? No, she won't. I wish I had your confidence. I can tell you why I'm sure. Why's that? If you'd seen how stunning she looks in her wedding dress, you'd realize too that no girl would agree to give up the ceremony in it. And then you could get a divorce afterwards. Thomas choked. Just kidding. Just kidding. You do have a lovely bride. You'll see for yourself soon enough it was decided that Marcus, as the groom's best friend, and Oliver, the bride's father, would accompany the newlyweds to the registry office. And I'll go to the restaurant to make sure everything is ready, Julia said. Mum, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Thomas coaxed her. That's right, son. The registry office brings back unpleasant memories for me, so I'd rather stay away from it. Thomas realized how right Mum was when 3 hours later he rang the familiar doorbell of Oliver's flat. He opened it and signaled for him to come through to the large room. While the bride and makeup artist finished her makeup, Oliver said. When the bride emerged from the doorway of her room, Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. His favorite girl looked like a fairy with shoulder-length curls and lilac flowers woven into her dress. The wedding dress made by Thomas's mother sat on the girl's perfect figure like a doll. The groom was afraid to say a word. Then Amanda waved her head. If you keep quiet, I'll change into my shoes and jeans and go to the registry office. Right. Yes, my breath just took away from such beauty. No, please, you'll wear your favorite shoes later. In the meantime, walk around like this for a little while. All right, you got it, the bride smiled. Oliver smiled silently the whole time and looked at his daughter. Finally, Marcus called and said the hire car had pulled up and they could come out. I had the wrong sister in mind, he smiled as he looked at Amanda. It's getting late, the groom frowned jokingly. Yeah, I'm not even making a claim. I just realized that you're lucky again, as you always are. I'm jealous of you. And Molly doesn't even know I'm getting married. With all this wedding stuff going on, Amanda thought of her sister. But she decided not to spoil the festivities and dismissed the thoughts. Nicholas arrived at the restaurant at the appointed time. He was escorted to a table where he met Amanda's friends. Which side are you from? One of the girlfriends asked. I'm the father of the groom, the man replied proudly. The girls looked at each other in surprise. Strange, I thought we were told that Thomas only had a mum. I guess we must have misunderstood something, they added. Sweet girls, but you're adults. A person always has two parents, the man said in an admonishing tone. Well, yes, they nodded, not wanting to get drawn into the conflict Nicholas already wanted to set up. At that moment, Julia entered in her dark blue stunning trouser outfit. Hi, as if nothing had happened, she said, as if they had broken up this morning over breakfast. So where's your date? What couple? Thomas said he invited you along with your sweetheart. I don't know if she's your friend or your wife. And she said there was nothing to do, so she let me go alone. Allowed? Well, I'll give you the benefit of rationality. Well, sit here, the guys will be here soon. Don't you want to sit next to me and tell me how your life is and who your fiancé is? Julia looked at her ex-husband appraisingly. Honestly, not really. Besides, I have a lot of work to do with organizational matters for now. But don't worry, once your son arrives, you can ask the bride's father about anything you want to know about their family. He's sitting right next to you. And where are you? Will you be? Opposite. It's more convenient for me to get out of here than there. Next to the wall. And what? We're not even going to talk. What are we going to talk to you about? I think we've said everything we want to say to each other in 20-odd years. And maybe even what we didn't want to. Are you still that vindictive? Julia really wanted to answer, but she turned away and walked toward the hostess in charge of their tables. Finally, the car with the bride and groom pulled up in front of the restaurant. Thomas, who had jumped out first, opened the door for Amanda, easily picked her up and carried her in his arms to the entrance. But the two of them couldn't go any further, and the happy young man had to put the girl on the ground. Amanda kissed Thomas on the cheek and walked through the door. The driver got out of the car, walked to the driver's window of Amanda's father, who Julia hadn't seen yet but guessed was him, ducked into the open boot, and pulled out a box of wedding cake from there. Julia headed out to meet him at the entrance. No way, her mind flashed as she saw the man up close. Julia was dumbfounded. She stood in the doorway and blocked the passage. You'll pass, the staff member hustled over, taking the cake from the man's hands. Oliver took 2 steps and still stared in amazement at the beautiful woman in the wheelchair. "And how are you here?" he asked, the first thing that came to his mind. "I'm actually the groom's mum," Julia replied. And in her mind, she put together the puzzle of that meeting outside the sewing supplies shop and today's celebration. "I'm the father of the bride," Oliver muttered confusedly. I guessed that the woman smiled. "Have you two met Thomas?" asked his mum, inviting everyone to the table. I happened to Oliver nodded and took off his jacket and handed it to the cloakroom. When he sat down in his seat next to Nicholas, the latter immediately introduced himself. Nicholas, father of the groom, and extended his hand. "Oliver, father of the bride. You have an adorable daughter." "Thank you. They look good paired with your son." Oliver answered Nicholas' machine gently, while he remembered everything his daughter had told him about the groom's mother, about her moving around in a chair, about how Thomas's father had left the family, leaving him practically alone with his mother. That Thomas kept in touch with him occasionally and had invited him to his wedding. What Oliver heard did not add sympathy for Nicholas in his eyes, but the man decided to behave properly with this guest without singling him out. After drinking a little, Nicholas was drawn to a heart-to-heart talk. "Where's your mum?" He inclined his head towards his neighbor. "Mine," Oliver wondered. "No, your wife," clarified the visitor. "Ah, no, I brought up my daughters myself, as she passed away." "Why?" "I hope not. It just so happened that we separated and my daughters stayed with me. I left my son with my mother, too. I couldn't take away the one she loved so much." Oliver still didn't understand why too, or whether Nicholas was comparing himself to his ex-wife, considering such an act honorable. "I heard Thomas was an adult when you two separated," he said, the first thing that came to mind. "To us, our children are always children," the neighbor muttered in an enthusiastic tone. "Isn't that so? Except you can't take them away or give them away, unlike 10-year-olds. Here they can make up their own minds." Nicholas stood up. "I'd like to make a toast." Julia looked at him and glanced warily at her son. Thomas nodded. "Dear Thomas, I congratulate you on this important step in your life. I wish you long love, fidelity, and happiness. Remain attentive to each other in sorrow and in joy. Be the head of the house, that is, the one whom your wife will obey. Then you will be happy all your life." The son rose from his seat. "Thanks, Dad. It seems to me that the main thing here is not obedience, but mutual trust. And we'll be happy together. We can't do it alone. Isn't that right, love?" Amanda nodded in response. There's a saying Nicholas was already unstoppable. The husband is the head and the wife is the neck. Where I want to go, I go where I want to go. So I wish you were both head and neck, and anything else lower. He suddenly laughed unpleasantly. All the guests were silent, and the groom tried to straighten out the situation. "Let's drink to the happiness of everyone here." "Oh no," his father suddenly became indignant. "This is your wedding? Let's drink to you. To everyone here, too. I don't want to drink to your mother's happiness. She ruined 20 years of my life, and then she had an accident. She wanted to take it out on me." Julia sat blushing as she listened to her ex-husband talk. Then she couldn't take it anymore and walked away toward the exit. Oliver jumped up and tried to get Nicholas to sit back down, but he was getting more and more upset, blaming the wheelchair-bound woman for all his own failures. Then Oliver picked up his neighbor and carried him out into the fresh air. Yikes, Thomas stretched out quietly to his fiancée. Mum wanted the holiday to be memorable. Now it's sure to be memorable. "Thomas, we need to find Julia," Amanda asked him. Walking out of the restaurant, Oliver slapped Nicholas in the face. "Come to your senses. You can't get that drunk." "Why should I?" he resented in a drunken voice. "Just the truth. Tell me, did you live with her? Why are you hiding your eyes? What has he done with my wife already, eh? No? Try me. Have you ever lived with a handicapped person? Do you know what it's like? That's right. So don't shut me up." Thomas was right. "I shouldn't have invited you." Oliver looked at him thoughtfully. "What? I'm his father, by the way." Without me, your daughter wouldn't have a fiancé. Understand? So I'm in charge here. And who are you? Without me, your son wouldn't have a wife. There's a bundle of them at the market for a nickel on market day. You should have found another. Nicholas had no time to finish, for a powerful blow to the jaw knocked him to the ground. Oh, you like that? Are you going to fight some more coward the fallen drunk in a snowdrift, trying to get up? Oliver watched his attempts, rubbed his knuckles, shrugged, and hailed a taxi. Remember the address, he asked Nicholas, pushing him into the back seat. The man replied. That's where you take him. You get him up to the flat, they'll pay your fare. He's a priceless treasure. Everyone's afraid of losing him. Then he shut the door and tried to forget what had happened. When Oliver returned, he caught Julia's decisive look. Sent him home in a taxi, he replied. Then he took the chair by the handles and rolled it to the banquet table when all the extra people were gone. Sorry, Thomas. A guest has already left. We can finally relax and get on with the festivities. The man smiled at the guests and took on the role of toastmaster. He did a great job. Half an hour later, everyone had practically forgotten about the unpleasant incident. As a gift, Oliver gave the newlyweds a week in a nice hotel in the city center. Just the two of you, he said as he handed over the gift, so you won't be disturbed by any mums, dads, or other personalities close to you. And then welcome home. As the new family left for the hotel and the guests began to disperse, Oliver offered Julia a ride home. Oh, really? She began to refuse. I still have to finish up with the staff here. Then get my stuff. I'll call Scott and he'll pick me up. Who's this Scott who's always crossing my path? The man jokingly shouted. No way. I won't listen to you this time. I'll wait for you if I have to, even until the wee hours of the morning if necessary, and then I'll take you home. No answer is not acceptable. Julia, hello. I'm sorry to call you, but I picked up a girl on the road and she has nowhere to go. Can I bring her to you? Would you take her in for the night? And then maybe she'll tell you her address. I think she's afraid of me. Sure, Scott, the flat, you know the place. Bring her in. I'm afraid she won't come with me. Can you come down with me so she can come with you? Please. All right, I'll wait for you. The taxi driver arrived at 11:30 in the morning. You see, I had a booking out of town. I come back. I see someone walking along the curb. I slow down. I look at the girl and her eyes are frightened. I said, "Get in. I'll give you a lift to town for free." And she ran away from me into the woods. But she didn't run far. Then she tripped over a stone, fell down, lay there and couldn't get up. But I picked her up and took her to a trauma center. They said it was a bruise. No fracture. And she didn't have any documents with her. Anyway, they sent us out of there. Where am I supposed to put her at night? I can't. And how do I start talking to her? She's in a corner and doesn't talk. I've locked her in the car now so she won't run away. Scott helped Julia downstairs, drove her to the car and opened the door with the key. Inside sat a girl, thin and dirty. Julia started talking to her as gently as possible. You're hungry. Come to my place. We'll eat, spend the night, and then we'll look for a shelter for you. The girl moved away from the outstretched hand and looked at Scott. I tell you, she's afraid of me, said the young man with a typically southern appearance and accent. Sometimes indeed girls were afraid to get into his taxi when he came to a call. The man was not offended by this. He guessed that not all men with such appearance behave respectfully towards women. However, sometimes he wanted to help and he couldn't because of prejudice. Just like now. No, he's not coming with us. Julia interpreted the girl's behavior correctly. Just me and you, and then I'll let him go now. But I must have someone to help me up to the flat, and there's nobody around but you. Shall we go this time? Julia moved slightly away from the door, as if inviting the girl out. It worked. Scott quickly thanked the woman and left. Julia and the stranger stood not far from the entranceway. So are you going to help me out? Or will I have to wait for another passerby? The woman asked. The girl took hold of the handles of the pram and rolled it towards the entrance. Julia gave a little prompting and corrected her actions. When they reached the flat door, the woman opened it with her key and swung it open for her guest. Take a look if you want to. I live alone. There's no one in the flat. My place is safe. The girl cautiously stepped inside, carefully wiped her shoes on the mat, and took off her shoes. Julia smiled. As long as the man remembered the rules of decorum, everything would be all right. She escorted the girl into the flat and closed the door. Hungry? Julia asked. The stranger nodded affirmatively. Julia went to the kitchen, pulled chicken out of the fridge and put the kettle on. While the girl cleaned up and washed herself, Julia quickly prepared a hot side dish and set the table. Eat. The hostess placed a plate in front of her guest. She took a fork and began to eat, taking care not to lose a single crumb. When the first hunger was satisfied and the girl relaxed a little, Julia asked, "What's your name?" "Miriam." Marion." The girl shook her head negatively. "Miriam." "Okay, my name is Julia. Where are you coming from, Miriam?" From far away, the interlocutor waved her hand uncertainly. "And what made you go like that? Where are your papers? Have you lost them?" "I ran away from him." "Wow. Did he beat you or something?" "No, just punished me." "What do you mean he punished you?" "Various things." Miriam lowered her eyes. "And why did you put up with it? You could have complained to the police or your relatives." "The relatives are all on his side. If he raises her and punishes her, it means he loves her. If he didn't love her, he'd just throw her out the door like a kitten." "Is that what they say? And yours too?" "Mine aren't there." "Well, what about the police?" "They're all there for their own, and I'm a stranger." "I see. What do you plan to do?" "I don't know. I have relatives here. Maybe I'll find one if they accept me. But no, I'm going to work. I'll build a life from scratch." "What might they not accept?" "I ran away from home and haven't kept in touch with them." "I don't know." "Let me help you find them. What are the names of the relatives?" "No need. I'll do it myself." "You're on your own. Where will you live?" "You can stay at my place. I'm alone. My son and daughter-in-law come sometimes. I have friends and clients, and so no one will interfere." "Thank you. I'll think about it. Can I go to bed now?" "Sure. Good night." Julia didn't sleep well that night. She was worried both about Miriam and the fact that she might turn out to be a fraud, only pretending to be unwell. What if she and Nicholas were in cahoots? Ugh. How many years have I known the man, and still I doubt it. What am I to take? The woman was angry at her own thoughts. I mean, he sees how I live, and she obviously needs help. In the morning, she texted Oliver and asked him not to come. They had agreed that they would go to the shop, but Julia realized she couldn't leave the girl alone just yet. Why? Has something happened? The man was frightened. "There's nothing wrong. It's just that I've got company. She's afraid of strange men." "Shall we reschedule for tomorrow then?" "I don't know yet. All right." After the boys' wedding and their move to Amanda's place, Julia felt like Oliver had taken over her. He contacted her often, offering to help, bringing her groceries, and sometimes suggesting that they spend time together in the park or at the cinema. If Julia wasn't swamped with work, she gladly agreed. On the one hand, she noticed that she was becoming attached to him, but on the other hand, she was afraid of losing the few joys in life that she had recently acquired. In the morning, Miriam looked much better. She helped Julia with breakfast and was a little more cooperative. "Thank you so much. I haven't had such a good night's sleep in a long time," she said. "You're welcome. I slept great today too. So what are you planning to do?" "I don't know yet. I'd like to get a job, but it's impossible without papers." "Where did your husband keep yours?" "I ran away." "What kind of slavery is that? Why did you marry him? Did your parents make you marry him?" "No, I loved him myself. He was completely different before I became his wife. He used to carry me in his arms, guessing my every wish. But after the registration, he changed dramatically. He took away my papers, told me to wear a headscarf. He started calling me whatever he wanted, It's like Miriam, so it's not your name, Julia asked. No, that's what his family called me. Told me to forget my name. If I didn't respond to Miriam, they punished me. Who all? His mother, father, sisters. Everyone chiseled that my name was Miriam. I became her. And why did you give me that fake name yesterday? I don't know you. What if you know his family and you'd give me away? That's why I called myself Miriam. Yeah, I have no idea who your husband is. And if I did, I'd strangle him with these hands. Look at you, a beautiful young woman. No children. No, that's why I was also chastised for not being able to get pregnant. It was like living in the Middle Ages. So what's it like? Do you know the address of your relatives and acquaintances? I know, but I can't go there yet. There's someone I want to find. Did you go to school with him? You don't remember his phone number. How did you lose your memory? How are you going to find him? Do you have internet? Maybe through social media. Well, try it. There's a laptop. Miriam spent almost the whole day, while Julia sewed, searching. Then she asked her landlady for her phone and dialed a number. Hi. It's me. Did you recognize me? She said into the receiver. Can you come over? I really need to talk to you. Please. What's the address here? She asked Julia. She dictated it. Miriam hung up the phone in surprise. I thought he wouldn't want to talk, but as soon as he heard the address, he shouted that he was on his way. So maybe you were afraid for nothing. I've done a lot of bad things to him. I want to ask for help and forgiveness. Even if you can't bring back the past, you can still be human. What do you think? Of course, everything will be all right. He'll help, don't worry. The doorbell rang about 40 minutes later. Julia opened it and was stunned. Standing in front of her was Marcus, her son's best friend. Where is she? Who's Miriam? She asked. Miriam, who the boy looked at her in surprise. Molly, it was the hostess's turn to be surprised. At that moment, the guest came out of the room. Hello, Marcus, she said. Julia exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Molly. The guy hugged the girl and she suddenly cried on his shoulder. Please forgive me, please. I have deceived you so much, Miriam, Molly said. That's all right. Calm down. It's all right, replied Marcus. How did she end up here? He asked Julia. Cattle found her on the side of the road. Didn't know where to put her, so he brought her to me. She went by the name of Miriam. Why Miriam? He asked Molly. That's what everybody called me. I'm used to introducing myself to all strangers that way. And do you know who you happen to know? That's Amanda's mother-in-law, by the way. Your sister's sister. Yes. While you were away, she married Thomas. And this is Thomas's mum. We'll consider it an introduction. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Molly muttered. Julia remembered Oliver's sad eyes as he talked about his eldest daughter, and a strange anger rose in her. Do you know how your father worries? The landlady snapped at the girl and disappeared inexplicably. Told me not to look. I couldn't even call you to my sister's wedding. How can you do that to people you care about? Daddy. Do you know him? Molly asked. Well, what do you think if our children were married? Now, I'm definitely not letting you go anywhere until you call your father. Understand? And don't look at Marcus. I'll kick him out if I have to. I'm all for you calling Oliver myself, Marcus interjected. There's a phone over there, too. Molly picked up the phone and stared at it for a long moment, gathering her composure. Then she dialed the number. Hey, Dad. Dad. Oliver had a morning shift tomorrow, so he was getting ready for bed when suddenly the phone rang and Julia's number popped up. Something's wrong, his mind flashed, because his lover wasn't in the habit of calling this late. In his mind, he'd been calling her exactly that for a long time. My sweetheart, but he was afraid to admit it to her. All the time he found some excuse. Maybe now is the time, Julia thought. "Hi, Dad, it's me," said the receiver. "Who am I?" "Molly," the voice answered. Oliver ahead and sat down on the couch, then jumped up and paced around the room. "Why are you calling from this number? What's wrong?" Oliver asked. "Dad, I'm back. I'm fine, but Marcus and Julia are almost all here now. She's the one who gave me the call. When are you coming home?" "Dad, I'm with Marcus, but I'll definitely be there tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. My papers are all gone. They have to be restored." "Jesus, it's just little things. What do these papers mean? We'll restore everything, don't worry. The main thing is that you're safe and back." "I love you, Daddy. And I love you so much, my daughter. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Kisses. Put Julie on the phone, please." Molly handed the phone over. "That's why you canceled. Because you had my daughter. And you didn't tell me." "Wait a minute, Oliver. I didn't. She introduced herself by another name, and it's not like I've never met her. Anyway, it's a long story. She and Marcus will tell you all about it later." "Okay, how's she doing? How does she look?" "Tired, but she looks unharmed. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Don't worry," Julia reassured the girl's father. "I'll come and see you tomorrow after my shift." "But they're on their way to Marcus's now." "Let them. You heard what I said. I'll come to you." The news spread quickly, and by morning Thomas and Amanda knew that not only had the prodigal daughter returned home, but also to Marcus. He was overjoyed. He helped her adapt in every way he could. He took her to the hairdressers, then to her treatments. Afterwards, they went for a walk together, and Molly talked about what she'd been through. "You know, all my life I wanted some kind of drive, some kind of adventure, something unusual. So I went there. And here everything seemed routine and swampy to me. But there, it's exotic, patriarchal relations, family, love. Now I realize that I would rather have my own swamp than incomprehensible risks of being punished for the slightest offense or misunderstanding. It must be very difficult for you to forgive me, but I ask at least to understand. If you can't, I'll understand and just let you go. But maybe we can try to start over." Marcus had thought to himself more than once about what would happen if Molly suddenly came back. At first he decided he wouldn't let her go anywhere, because he'd take revenge on both her and the hot guy who dared to take his love away from Marcus. And afterwards he'd resigned himself to the fact that apparently it wasn't fate. And only now, when the girl came back, he realized that he had never loved anyone like that. And maybe he would forgive her, and they would be together again. Thomas and Amanda, after his sister's return, began to discuss how they would be housed and whether it would be better for them to move in with Julia. However, Marcus was quick to set the record straight. "Molly will live with me," he stated unhesitatingly. "We have a lot of business and plans together, so we'll come and visit you, of course, but nothing more than that. Won't we, dear Molly?" The girl, with tears of happiness in her eyes, nodded and occasionally kissed her young man in front of everyone. After Amanda and Thomas were married and then Molly returned, everything fell into place for Oliver. He was calm for his daughters and increasingly thought it would be a good idea for him to confess his feelings to Julia too. What if she doesn't accept me with my confession? After all, we are relatives now. How will we communicate, he thought. But the more he watched the happiness of Thomas and his youngest daughter, the more he wanted something similar for himself. Perhaps if he hadn't been so infatuated with Julia, he would have found someone else. But now, in his eyes, no other woman compared to her. Sometimes he wanted to see her so badly that he would make up all sorts of different and sometimes ridiculous excuses to come to her after his shift and then go home. Julia saw this and had strong feelings for Oliver, but she couldn't offer herself to anyone in such a state. Why would he want an invalid? She thought. He's such a good-looking man, he can find a young and healthy woman who can bear him more children. Not like me, half immobile. Oliver came to her this time, thinking that they would go to the cinema together. And there, finally, he would confess everything to her. But the woman refused, saying she wasn't in the mood to go out. "Then, if we're not going anywhere, maybe you could show me some old photos or an album," Oliver asked suddenly. "Because the kids are already married, and I've never seen how young my son-in-law was." Julia was glad for a quiet evening, and was happy to show the man where to get the photo albums. They settled down next to each other on the sofa and immersed themselves in memories. "Oh, here are my school ones," the woman marveled, pulling black and white photos of her class out of the bag. "And that's you," Oliver pointed at the young girl in one of them. "That's right. And how did you recognize it?" "I don't recognize myself in them sometimes." "You haven't changed a bit. You're the same now. Look at you." "Don't flatter me so rudely. I'm a feeble old woman. And an invalid. You have a crooked mirror." "You are a beautiful woman, whom I love very much," the man suddenly burst out. Julia looked at him intently. "Shall we pretend I didn't hear that?" "No, we won't pretend. You heard perfectly well what I said. I love you and I want you to hear it all, by the way." He moved over and kissed Julia firmly on the lips. She sat still at first, but then something stirred inside her, and she responded to the kiss more forcefully. She felt dizzy, and Oliver gently laid her beloved down on the bed. They touched each other gently, slowly undressed, and savored every moment and every mole of their desirable bodies. It was a thrilling feeling. It gradually but surely carried them higher and higher, to those heights of bliss that each of them could not even dream of. Finally, tired, they lay next to each other and basked in the warmth of their bodies. At that moment, the front door slammed and the doors to the room swung open quickly. Amanda walked in. Oliver only had time to cover his beloved with a blanket. The daughter looked at her father in silent horror. Thomas hadn't slept for the second night. He had a toothache. He was afraid to go to the doctor. Amanda coaxed him as best she could. "You're a grown, married man. How long can you stand it? Go to the doctor, at least he'll see what's wrong." The sick man shook his head. "I have a salary in 3 days, then I'll go to a paid clinic. I don't have any money now." "Go to an ordinary clinic. There you will do everything for free. The acute pain will be relieved, and you will go for treatment after your salary." But the husband hoped to wait until the end of the week. On Wednesday, in the middle of the day, Thomas realized that he had no more strength. He took a day off work and went to the free clinic. He was immediately given an appointment for acute pain, but was asked for a policy. "Oh, I don't have one," the man was confused. "Not at all," was surprised by the girl at the reception desk. "No, I don't have it with me." "Well, call home, ask to have it dictated to you. That's enough for us, and you don't need to see the policy itself." Thomas called his mum, as he had not had time to take the policy with him to his new place of residence. Mum didn't pick up the phone. "She's probably with a client," he thought as she worked on an order with a customer, switching off the sound on the phone so she wouldn't be distracted. Thomas thought feverishly about what to do. He decided to call Amanda. "In case you don't have class, and drive over to your mother's to pick up the policy." "Where is it lying?" the wife asked. "Well, that's where you'll come. If Mum's not there, ring up and I'll tell you. As it is, she knows well." The girl agreed. Taking his keys from the nightstand, drove to the flat. Amanda was in a hurry to be there in time for Thomas's appointment, because he'd been told strictly that the doctor wouldn't see her without a policy number. She almost flew upstairs, and frantically opening the door, ran into the room and froze in horror. "Hello, daughter. What are you doing here?" Oliver asked her, covering Julia lying on the bed with the covers. "Daddy," the purpose of her arrival and all the words that needed to be said slipped out of the girl's mind. She looked at her father and mother-in-law in silence and tried to gather her thoughts. "Amanda, could you step outside for 5 minutes?" her mother-in-law asked her. "Yes, sorry," the girl popped out into the kitchen. Oliver immediately got up, got dressed, and helped Julia sit down and clean up. They giggled quietly amongst themselves, a little embarrassed by the situation. Finally, the man opened the door and stepped out to his daughter. "Amanda, we're adults," he started to say, but then changed his mind and asked, "Didn't they teach you to knock?" "I was," the daughter agreed. "You did." But Thomas couldn't get Mum on the phone and thought she was with a client. "And it's an emergency for me. You've only known each other for a short while. When did you have time to?" "Well, how can I put it? Well, actually, we've known each other since high school. And then I was courting Julia. And then, remember I told you about how I met a woman from the same class, but I never got her phone number. Amanda covered her mouth with her hand. So that's her. Yes, and the next time I met her was at your wedding. But this one is hardly a coincidence. I think it's fate. Are you two going to whisper like that in there? Julia's voice came from the room. Dad and daughter appeared in the doorway. Come in, Amanda. I'm sorry we met you like this. Oh, please, Julia, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Bursting into your house without warning or a call. By the way, what's the emergency? Right, I almost forgot. Amanda tapped herself on the forehead. Thomas went to the doctor with acute pain, and the policy is here, so he asked me to come over and dictate the number to him. Wouldn't it have been easier for me to call? He did. Only you didn't answer the phone? I thought you had customers. Amanda excused her husband. And he's already sitting in the queue. He won't be admitted until he has a number. He's had a toothache for 3 days. A little embarrassed that she hadn't answered her son, Julia walked over to the dresser and pulled out a folder containing the paperwork. Digging around, she pulled out Thomas's policy and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Here you go, call him. Told him not to run his teeth. He's so scared of dentists, he waits until he's in a real bind. Well, thank God. I thought I had a perfect son-in-law with hands, with a head. No, but he does have his faults, doesn't he? There are. But I won't tell you about them. Think of it as his only one. Julia nodded. Dad, what took you so long? Amanda fussed in the corridor. Well, tell her. Dad, I got here 3 hours ago and you're still not ready? Why did you have to break in at 7 in the morning? Julia and I were still asleep, by the way. Well, what about balloons to buy? And flowers are expensive. At 7 in the morning, the flower and balloon shops aren't open yet. I knew it would take you 3 hours to get ready. I'm coming anyway. She said to be there by 11:30. Amanda sat in the kitchen and chuckled at the fuss. You'd think it was his wife and child, she said to her father. Finally, everyone was ready, and the 2 cars drove amicably out of the yard. On the way, they picked up Marcus and bought everything for the party. When a happy Molly with the baby in her arms came out of the door of the maternity hospital, Marcus immediately flew up to his beloved, and Oliver handed flowers to his daughter. Then, everyone crowded round the envelope-wrapped baby and opened his face. The baby was smiling in his sleep. Oliver leaned over to him and said softly, Well, hello, Travis. Welcome to our friendly family. Having overheard a strange conversation at her grandfather's funeral, Exusha hurried to the old apple tree, and barely ... in P4. As to what Sabrina hated sad funeral ceremonies. Well, of course, no one asked her permission to live or go beyond the boundary from which no one could return. Right now, she knew as soon as she saw Charlotte on her smartphone screen. She knew it was bad news from her neighbor. Sabrina, hello, darling. Charlotte's voice came through. It's Aunt Charlotte calling. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you this morning, but your father's phone isn't working, so I've had to break it to you. Vincent died recently. I go to work and I see him doing something under the apple tree, half turned towards the street. I'm waving at him. Vincent, good morning. Godspeed. I asked him what he was doing early in the morning. Was he raking or picking up fallen fruit? And Vincent had no emotion. He didn't even move. Though you know my voice is loud, it's impossible not to hear it. So I went to the gate, opened the latch, came up to Vincent, and he wasn't breathing. I'm sitting here on the porch, and I've called all the services, except the funeral parlor. It's not up to me to see Vincent off. But Sabrina, honestly, I have to go to work. Would you come? Sabrina replied in a husky voice. Of course, Aunt Charlotte. I'm leaving now. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. The sad news that her paternal grandfather had passed his last frontier came as a shock to Sabrina. Vincent, always cheerful, was something she hadn't expected. She had to go, of course, organize everything, call everyone in her grandfather's phone book. But she wanted to convince herself shiveringly, that this conversation with her neighbor was just a bad dream. Now I should open my eyelids wide and look at the call history. Make sure the call never happened. Unfortunately, that hope was not realized. There had indeed been a call from Aunt Charlotte, and Sabrina did her best to get to her grandfather's cottage, which was technically located within the big city but in the private sector. As soon as she got into the taxi, Sabrina asked her boss for time off. Then she had a short conversation with a colleague in the office, explaining where the documents were, for which, as it turned out, today clients had to come. The most difficult call the girl did not dare to make: how to inform her parents that they have to cancel a trip abroad to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the wedding, that they had to return urgently to say goodbye to Grandpa Vincent. Sabrina felt sad. What an unexpected tragedy. She'd spoken to her grandfather just the day before yesterday, and he'd told her he was expecting her to visit. He asked her to come soon, not for the sake of tending a small vegetable garden, but to consult on something. Sabrina promised him a weekend, which had recently passed. She could well have visited her grandfather, but she was a little ill, postponed the visit, called apologized. They chatted for a while about nothing. Grandpa Vincent recalled the way his wife Shirley, Sabrina's grandmother, had always done things. The girl heard that she should brew linden blossom, wait until the infusion cooled to a pleasant warmth, stir a spoonful of honey into a glass of the healing liquid, drink it, and lie down under a blanket. She promised that she would heal herself and then visit him. And in the first month of autumn, when she was scheduled to go on holiday, Sabrina promised to stay with him for at least a week. God, what a shame, Sabrina thought now, regretting that she was going to wait for a holiday. After all, it took about 45 minutes to get to her grandfather by public transport. When there were no traffic jams on the roads, it was possible to head not home after work, but to a loved one who had lived a little over a year and was incredibly bored alone. All the more embarrassing was the fact that Sabrina was free and could keep her lonely grandfather company, traveling to and from work, even by taxi, more expensive than public transport, but quick and comfortable. Alternatively, Sabrina could simply leave the house a little earlier to walk in the private sector to the transport stop where the tram of the desired route departed. Everything would absolutely have been solved, somehow managed and sorted out. But she had not had the foresight to realize that Grandpa Vincent required care and supervision, and that his requests to come were not a mere whim, but the wishes of a lonely elderly man. Sabrina felt an agonizing sense of shame. And sighing, she tried to call her parents. However, both her dad's and mom's number were out of range. The girl had to send an email, hoping that the unpleasant news would not be read too late after solving the rest of the issues. The time on the journey to her grandfather's house flew by. Sabrina stepped out of the taxi and, after listening to Aunt Charlotte's sympathy, felt a real grief come over her. Her neighbor hugged the girl who had arrived, told her to hang in there, and ran to work. Sabrina looked at her grandfather and waited for him to get up, pull himself up and call her into the house or into the arbor with grapes. However, the miracle did not happen. The neighborhood services that arrived on the call conducted another ritual associated with the passing of the older generation. The paramedic pronounced Vincent dead, presumably from a heart attack. She advised Sabrina to contact the funeral agencies and explained that they had specialists who could organize grieving procedures with due respect for the deceased and sympathy for his relatives. Sabrina heeded the advice and tried with all her might to hold back the bitter tears of despair. It was not until dinner time that the girl was alone. Sabrina entered her grandfather's house, crying when she saw the phone on the table, which he had apparently forgotten on his last morning. Probably if he had had the mobile phone, he would have been able to call somewhere and ask for help. But there was no changing the past. Things just happened the way they did. The girl had discovered the hiding place that Grandpa Vincent and Grandma Shirley had told her about shortly after she came of age. The man then pulled back the rug hanging over the bed, pressed gently on one of the wooden panels, then with a slight movement slid it aside. Surprised, the girl saw a deep vertical niche. Grandfather explained, "Here, granddaughter, these are our funeral ones. Shirley and I have been quietly putting money in here, so as not to be a burden to anyone." Sabrina remembered how she had started nagging her grandparents back then, said it was too early for them to be thinking about such a topic. She assured them they'd have great-grandchildren to nurse. "No, my dears, that won't do. First, you'll have to consider my fiancé approve, and then you'll have to help raise the babies." Mummy and Daddy are always busy. Grandmother, stroking her smiling granddaughter's head, quietly objected. Sabrina, it's not like we're asking you if it's too early to think about your last journey in this world or not. We're just showing you so you know just in case. After all, Vincent's 70th birthday is this year. And I'm a little younger. Alas, at that age, anything can happen. Your parents know about the stash, of course. What if they're shy or modest? Grandpa Vincent supported his wife. We don't want to be a burden to you. Well, let's get this conversation over with. Grandmother hurriedly changed the subject and began to talk about the amusements of a little kitten she had picked up, unpretentiously nicknamed Man. Now, 6 years after this conversation, the skinny little boy has turned into a well-fed, long-haired, and independent handsome. His owner's departure was a real shock to the animal, and he even lost his excellent appetite for a few days. However, Grandpa Vincent managed to bring the cat out of this state, and now this mission fell to the share of Sabrina. It seemed to Sabrina that the orphaned cat understands everything, and that's why he curled up in a ball on his grandfather's bed and doesn't even react to the sound of the refrigerator door opening. The agency recommended by the ambulance lady really turned out to be professional. A serious man suggested Sabrina to organize a farewell not at home, but in a special ritual hall at the cemetery. It was much easier to get there than here, in the private sector. And the house, though big, would still be cramped. There is no fuss and crowding. The hall there is convenient, comfortable, said the man. Everyone will be able to say goodbye quietly, and without the crush that usually accompanies the removal from the flat or house. Everything will be touching and civilized. Besides, it will save you a lot of trouble. Sabrina thought it was a reasonable suggestion, but she had to spend not only her meager savings but also Vincent's grandfather's stash to pay for the funeral. She did everything necessary, as if in a daze, waiting for her parents to arrive, or at least to reply to an email, but in vain. Sabrina contacted the hotel where they had booked the room, but as she understood from the reply in broken English, Mr. and Mrs. Robinson did not check in. They explained that they had decided to change their plans slightly. Sabrina was worried about her parents, but there was nothing she could do. Clods of earth began to fall on Grandpa Vincent's coffin lid, but neither his son nor daughter-in-law showed up. It was Sabrina who received the condolences and sympathy, and she had to listen to the lamentations of the distant relatives who had come to see the old man off. Some unashamedly spoke out about the irresponsible son and daughter-in-law who did not attend the mournful event. The girl defended her parents as best she could, and the guardians of other people's morals were silent for a while, transferring the conversation to other topics. Gradually, only relatives and the closest of neighbors remained at the memorial table in a small cafe. Sabrina, who had last seen most of them just under a year ago at Grandma Shirley's farewell, could hardly stand all the questioning. She wanted to run away from the cafe, but she had to fulfill her duty as a granddaughter to the end. From time to time, she took out the dirty dishes and brought memorial treats along with the waiters. As long as she didn't have to sit at the table listening to the loud conversations of those gathered. By chance, Sabrina overheard part of a conversation between Aunt Charlotte and Grandpa Michael's cousin as they served another batch of pies. Vincent used to talk to that apple tree like a person sometimes. I told him when Shirley was alive that we should cut that useless tree down, Michael said. It's grown over the roof of the house, and you can't get apples for nothing. Shirley, God rest her soul, used to complain about how useless that tree was. One year it bore so much fruit that you'd be tired of putting it away. The next year it didn't bear a single fruit. She kept threatening to cut it down and plant some summer tree like a peach. Only Vincent, a blessed memory, always stood up for the apple tree. Aunt Charlotte nodded in agreement. You're right. I thought it was strange, too, Vincent's fondness for that old apple tree. If it was a hectare of land, it wouldn't be too much of a waste of space. But in such a small area, it seemed silly to leave such a huge tree. A snippet of conversation made Sabrina think. Indeed, grandfather treated that apple tree as a living thing. The girl had often seen him affectionately stroking the bark of the tree as he passed by. One day when Sabrina was a child, she decided to play and climbed up on a branch, which broke under her weight. Grandfather Vincent left his granddaughter in his wife's care and began to treat the wound on the tree himself. Lately, after Grandma Shirley's death, Grandpa had preferred to rest alone under the apple tree, rather than in the specially built gazebo covered with grapes. Thoughts of the mysterious apple tree Vincent had singled out briefly receded before the sad worries. The relatives were the last to leave the rented hall, and Michael reminded Sabrina. Someone has to spend 40 days and nights at Vincent's house. Would you be okay alone until your parents showed up? Maybe I should send someone with you. At least take my Tracy, my youngest daughter, with you. Sabrina noticed the look on Tracy's face, a woman of about 35 who clearly had her own plans for the evening and had no desire to spend the night in a place she didn't know. Thank you, but I can really manage on my own. After all, it's kind of a token of my respect for my grandfather. Saying goodbye to everyone, the girl hurried home from the public transport stop, as her relatives had to go in different directions. Barely opening the gate of her grandfather's house, Sabrina had time to regret that she had tried to create an image of an independent and strong person. Of course, she wasn't too young to be afraid of an empty house, but she'd already spent a few nights here all alone. Would she be able to cope? She began to ponder again the reason why the tree held such an important place in her relative's life. Pensively, the girl stroked the sad cat. But being in the house, even in the company of an animal, was somehow uncomfortable for her. Sabrina went out into the yard and, obeying a sudden impulse, approached the apple tree, on which somewhere high hung green small fruits. A chill ran down her back. When she saw the scratches on the ground, there was no doubt that Grandpa Vincent had left those marks. It got really creepy when Sabrina had the crazy thought that the dying old man was digging up the ground, not in agony, but trying to dig up something. The girl went to the barn, took a small garden trowel from there, and returning to the apple tree, began to carefully dig into the ground. Almost immediately, the trowel hit something hard. Sabrina began to dig with the utmost care and soon pulled out of the shallow hole a hard rectangular package wrapped in a bag and additionally sealed with duct tape. The girl had never heard any stories about family heirlooms and was truly shocked. At home, Sabrina laid an old towel on the table, already asking for a well-deserved rest somewhere in a landfill. She laid her find on it and carefully opened the package with the kitchen knife her grandfather always kept sharp. Beneath the layers of duct tape in the package was a metal candy box. The girl held her breath as she opened it and saw not jewelry or money inside, but papers. Sabrina scrutinized the contents of the box. There were envelopes underneath double-folded notebooks, clearly written in her grandmother's smooth handwriting. Judging by the fact that the package was quite modern, with the emblem of a chain supermarket, and the paper was neither frayed nor yellowed, the girl concluded that the find had not been in the ground long. Thinking that it wouldn't be a big deal if she knew what Grandpa Vincent had tried to dig up before he died, Sabrina began to study the find, turning first to Grandma Shirley's notes. My dear Vincent, I am writing you this note of confession, realizing that I do not have much time left in the world, and that it is wrong to take this secret away with me. Forgive me, Vincent, for the deception and even the crime I committed many years ago because of my love for you. It's hard to confess, but I must. You and I were married then, my daughter was in kindergarten, and I was back at work at the post office. Everything was going so well, I was jealous of myself. And then, like a blow to the head, I sorted through the mail and saw a letter addressed to you. The sender was one Marian Lopez from Center City, Texas. I got a bad feeling in my heart. I didn't give it to you. I read it myself. That's how I found out about your affair while you were digging up virgin land in Kansas. Your ex wrote that it was her strict father who arranged your separation in 1964, threatened to kill you or put you in jail using his connections for having an underage relationship. In fact, he left her only option was to lie to your eyes that she didn't love you one bit and didn't want to see you again. The mother tried to stand up for her daughter, but it didn't help. The woman was simply beaten by her own husband for daring to interfere. When Marian saw what your father had done, she was terrified for you. That's why she said what she was told to say with conviction. After this brutal confession, you predictably flared up, packed your things, took an apple sapling as a souvenir for your parents, and returned home. She wrote that she was pregnant by you, and to hide the sin, she was married without official registration in the registry office to some widower, with many children in a remote settlement that did not even have a name. I read Marian's letter in the dark, and even began to empathize with your young lover. She complained that her family life had failed, The man she had to live with treated her like a servant. Marion named her baby girl, your daughter, after her mother, Cheryl, despite the scandals with her in-laws. The unfortunate young mother was literally enslaved. She endured beatings, humiliation, and relentlessly planned her escape. When her daughter grew up, Marion found it even harder. The native children of this so-called husband began to abuse the girl, and her mother could not say a word in her defense. The beating started right away. It was only after 5 years that Marion managed to escape from her husband. She did not give details, but from the blurred letters from the spilled tears it was clear it was very difficult. Marion asked you to come and fetch her and her daughter at this very center. She said she would wait for you. When I read the letter, it was as if I'd gone blind and deaf all at once. I didn't know how I was supposed to go on. Giving you the message meant losing my family. We only had a 3-year-old daughter. How could I take away her father with my own hands? How would she grow up without you? I confess, I destroyed that first letter, threw it in the oven. I thought I was protecting my family. I was wrong. Marion continued to send letters. The next one came almost a year later. Apparently she was timing it so you'd hear from her and her daughter on your birthday, asking why you didn't answer her. How could I have been afraid that she'd pack up and come to you? It's not that far, maybe a little over 300 miles. Or something like that. So we're almost next door to someone who could ruin my life. If I can burn the letters, it's the people that's more difficult. What am I supposed to do with a woman and a child? I started to think how I could keep them away from you. I wrote a letter, copying your handwriting and your name just in case. I promised I'd come as soon as I could. You probably don't remember how I persuaded you to move, but you wouldn't agree. So I lived like a volcano. I didn't know how to protect my happiness, how to save it if you found out the truth about your daughter. I didn't take holidays or sick leave with Wilfred at work because of it. Then you realized 5 years later that it's only once a year that woman bothers you. I felt a little better. I burned the letters for a long time for a few years. Then I felt as if I was ashamed. I started hiding them. I knew there were places in the house you'd never think of going. The only thing was that I couldn't leave my post office because of my fears, and I refused the post at the main post office. But that's all right, I got used to it. How long did I write to you? But I saved only 10 messages with the last letter, which came from Beaverton in 1994, and I did a mean thing. In it, Marion wrote that her health was failing, that she needed medication. And although Cheryl was trying to support her, she was always short of money. Obviously, it was a time when people were scared and unstable. The whole country was in a fever. Marion didn't ask for anything for herself. But of course I couldn't be completely calm. What if she came to our land? What if she decided to see you? I sealed the envelope carefully and returned it with the note the addressee has dropped out. After that, the stream of letters from Marion dried up. I wish I'd done that before. I don't know. It wouldn't have been a problem in the first place. Now I don't know what to do with the letters. In fairness, you should read them, but not while I'm alive. So when you hear the bitter story of Marion and your daughter, I'll be gone. Forgive my selfishness, but I could not have done otherwise. I loved you too much, and I didn't want to leave my son without a father. I don't care anymore. Wilfred's all grown up and my granddaughter's a bride. So the way to Marion is clear. I only ask you to wait at least a year after I'm gone before you look for your first love and a daughter you've never seen. Endure this period of mourning in honor of all that was good between us. And then do what your heart tells you to do. Forgive me for everything. Loving you, Shirley. Sabrina was shocked to read the note. The story of tragic love, years of deception and hard confession touched her. Involuntarily, the girl thought that perhaps Grandma Shirley should have kept her secret forever. And on the other hand, realized that it was too cowardly. Of course, it was easier to judge from the outside than to find oneself in such a stalemate. And Sabrina couldn't imagine what she would have done in her grandmother's shoes. Would she have told her lawful husband that her friend still loved him and was waiting for him, together with their daughter? Or would she have tried to shield him from this literally amazing information by any means imaginable? It was clear to Sabrina what Grandpa Vincent wanted to talk to her about. Surely, as the year's grace period that Grandma Shirley had asked him for was coming to an end, He wanted advice on how to find his long-lost lover. It had been a long time, and it was possible that Marian had long since changed her common surname, Lopez. Her daughter Cheryl, Sabrina, and her father's blood sister could also be married. Trying to distract herself from the unexpected information she had received, Sabrina folded the leaves back into the box and put it in the wardrobe, not daring to read the letters Marian had sent to her grandfather just yet. The girl subconsciously feared that some more details of her loved one's private life might be revealed. Grandpa Vincent was languishing alone, except for the fact that his old dog Buddy was napping next to him. It was boring, so Sabrina started cleaning, though it wasn't really necessary. She took out a bucket of dirty water to splash it in the far corner of the plot, where the rose was still modestly green, but which would be covered with a scattering of golden buds in autumn, and she saw a car pull up to the gate. Sabrina's parents, who had finally returned from abroad, got out of the car, and she was incredibly happy. Even if this meeting was with a touch of bitterness, but at least the excitement for her parents had receded. In the course of a confusing conversation, it became clear that they had traveled to a place where there was no communication or internet access. They had received a sad message from Wilfred and Patricia's daughter when they reached civilization just before Grandpa Vincent's funeral and had hurried back. However, they were still late. Sabrina was relieved that she now had the support she so desperately needed. After hugs and tears, when everyone was already at the table, she began to tell her father and mother about the unusual find. The girl took the box out of the cupboard to prove her words. Together with her parents, she once again read aloud Grandma Shirley's handwritten confession. Then they studied the surviving letters. In one of them was a picture from the photo studio. It showed two pretty girls who looked only remotely like Kansas natives. The two beauties were clearly related in appearance, but they looked more like sisters with a slight age difference. The inscription on the back of the photograph, however, indicated that they were Grandpa Vincent's first love and their mutual daughter Cheryl. In beautiful handwriting it was inscribed, "In memory of my beloved Vincent from Marian and Cheryl on her 16th birthday. We hope to see you again. 1981. Wilfred, forgetting his respectability, even whistled. Yeah, to say I'm surprised is to say nothing at all. How did Mum manage to keep it all a secret and not give away her knowledge for so many years? I have no idea." Patricia, with whom her mother-in-law had a marvelous relationship, was also puzzled. Against all notions of family life, they had had so many heart-to-heart talks. But Shirley had never said a word about the fact that somewhere far away her official husband had a lover and an illegitimate daughter. It wasn't easy to come to terms with such news. Patricia asked, "Wilfred, do you think we should find your sister and her mother? If she's still alive, of course, or should we let things stay as they are?" The man himself didn't know how he should react to what was happening. From what he had learnt from his daughter, his father wanted the secret of his youth to be known. On the other hand, was it ethical to intrude into the fate of a woman who was a stranger, but a blood relative? She appears to be in her late 50s. And this Marian herself is probably in her 70s now. Reminiscing about her difficult youth and the man she once loved so much but never waited for could be detrimental to her health. Plus, as Shirley's grandmother wrote, after she sent the letter marked addressee dropped out back, they stopped coming altogether. That could mean both that Marian believed the lie and that she was desperate. Alas, however, the most unfavorable events in the fate of a woman and her daughter could also have happened. Sabrina said, as if voicing her thoughts aloud. Still, it seems to me that we should at least try to find Grandfather's daughter, just to sort of rehabilitate him. After all, it's not Grandpa Vincent's fault that things turned out this way. I think it's only fair that the whole truth be known to Marian, and of course Cheryl. Sabrina said. "Listen," Daddy turned the girl to Wilfred. "How do you feel knowing you have an older sister, a blood sister? Do you feel like seeing her, socializing with her?" The man was confused and asked his daughter himself in response. "And you, Sabrina? Cheryl is your aunt, by the way. So you're curious to meet her, then?" Sabrina listened to herself and admitted, curious, and a little scared. The family was divided. Patricia, after listening to her husband and daughter, declared, "I think we should leave things the way they are." There's no point in disturbing something that has long since healed. More than half a century has passed. Maybe Marion is happy with another man. And here we are greeting, so to speak, relatives. I don't think it's quite right. A long conversation did not help to find a compromise. In addition, all the family members themselves were not sure of the correctness of their thinking. In the end, the Robinsons went to bed so they could visit Vincent's final resting place in the morning. "Sorry I'm late," Papa Wilfred whispered, standing by the freshly wreath-covered mound. "Never realized I wouldn't see you again." The man placed 4 scarlet carnations on the empty spot and bowed his head, hiding his tears. After Wilfred, his daughter-in-law and granddaughter placed flowers on Vincent's grave. Each of the grieving relatives realized that they were subconsciously waiting for a sign of what to do with the information that had come upon them. They did not speak of it aloud, but Wilfred, Patricia, and Sabrina were all waiting for a revelation to come upon them. Perhaps it was naive and foolish, but they wanted to know what Vincent wanted. As much as the Robinsons hoped for a clue, they couldn't get one. It was with heavy hearts that they returned to the flat. They decided that Wilfred would stay in the house for the time being, and his wife and daughter would visit him in their spare time. While Patricia helped her husband to pack at least a minimum of necessary things, Sabrina hurried to the nearest shop to buy for the grieving man some particularly tasty food. She felt sorry for the cat, who seemed to have lost his luster and appetite. After consulting with a serious-looking woman, who gave the trolley bags of wet food, Sabrina gave her grandfather's pet some goodies and returned home, holding out a bag of food to her father. "Man is a little cranky right now and may refuse the food," the girl asked. "Try feeding him from the palm of your hand. He usually starts eating as a sign of respect." Wilfred smiled at his daughter. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You'll brag about your cat." The days flew by. Sabrina and her mother Patricia went to work, and in the evenings they talked about everything, as the girls had been used to since their early childhood. Of course, they also talked about the secret that Grandma Shirley had kept hidden for so many years. On the 9th day, they decided to hold the wake of Vincent's soul at his house. It seemed like the right thing to do. There seemed to be fewer people than in the cafe after the funeral. But the fact that Patricia had decided to make the cakes herself instead of ordering them from a bakery as a sign of respect for her father-in-law had made Sabrina tired and Sabrina tired and Sabrina tired. But the memorial treats turned out unusually tasty, as if someone from above helped to cook. They sat together heartily, remembering various incidents from the past. Wilfred gently tried to ask his great-uncle, "Michael, is there anything you can tell me about Daddy's youth?" The older man was happy to talk and spoke in a sing-song voice. Vincent was always brave for any good cause, responsive and determined. When he came back from the army, he went to the factory to get a job in the personnel department. As his mother told me later, he heard from someone that young people from our town were going to the Virgin Lands. It was not a novelty then. The film about the dashing guy had already come out, very inspiring. And in general, everything was on the rise. Everyone wanted to help the country. It was a united effort. And Vincent, after returning from compulsory service, decided that he would be more useful there, on the Virgin Lands. I admit, wanted to go with him, but where would I go? I was only 15 years old at the time. Vincent was 5 to 6 years older than me. So he went to Kansas. He learned to drive a truck in the Army and got his license. He came back almost 5 years later. He brought back some seedlings as a memento of his long business trip. Of course, he had changed during this time. He was a naive, idealistic boy. He came back practically a grown man. Not because he was my kin, but to be fair, Vincent had not become worse. You'd be hard-pressed to find a man like that these days. Golden hands and a decent character. They welcomed him here at the car factory with open arms. Non-drinker, hard worker, honest. What else can you ask for? He's greedy for work. And so he'd take off his last shirt and give it to someone else. Oh, the men respected him. He never refused anything they asked him. And women were crazy about him. And he was very respectful to everyone. Then he got married on holidays. She worked at the post office, and one day the company car broke down. Vincent was driving by and couldn't leave his colleague in the lurch. That's how they met. They met briefly and got married. It was a small wedding. My mom even resented it, as if it was a shame. But when you were born, Wilfred, that's when Vincent got excited. There was a big party in the courtyard family, neighbors and colleagues. Everyone was invited. There didn't seem to be any delicacies on the table, but that wasn't the main thing. The atmosphere is much more important. Yes, there was a time when all the neighbors were almost like relatives. Michael interrupted his memories to quench his thirst with a cool, tasty compote. Although there was nothing new he had learnt that the Robinsons didn't know, it was still nice to hear the kind words about Vincent. After Wilfred, Patricia, and Sabrina were the only ones left in the house, the female side of the family cleaned up, leaving the only man, save for the cat, to sort out the makeshift benches. Tired Sabrina went to bed on her favorite cot and had a strange, incredibly realistic dream. The girl was not even frightened when she saw her grandfather Vincent and his favorite Japanese woman. The man stood under the tree, gently stroking the bark and looking at his granddaughter, asking, "As the apples ripen, take a few and give them to those you knew. Don't forget, Sabrina, please don't forget." Grandpa Vincent looked away, as if trying to see what was happening over his granddaughter's shoulder. Sabrina turned around to see what or who the man was interested in, but it was empty. When the girl's gaze returned to the apple tree, the grandfather was no longer under the crown. Outside the window, the wind whistled and birds sang, pulling Sabrina out of her dream, which had left a vivid impression. There was no doubt that Grandpa Vincent had sent word, the sign she needed to make the right decision. Of course, he had made his wish clear. At his request, Sabrina would have to make a trip from the other side of the world in the autumn, so that her grandfather's longtime lover and their common daughter would know the truth. Shocked, Sabrina did not hide from her parents that she had seen Grandpa Vincent in a dream. Wilfred was even a little annoyed that the late Papa had visited his granddaughter, not him, in his dreams. But the wise Patricia supported both husband and daughter. It was the right thing to do. Out there, beyond the realm of reality, there must be rules. On the eve of the holiday, the whole family was busy preparing for Sabrina's upcoming trip. The girl's attempts to find Cheryl on social networks were unsuccessful, although she patiently browsed through hundreds of user pages from all over the world, not just her home state. Sabrina planned to leave on the first day of her holiday, so as not to delay the decision on the issue, which was already delayed for many years by the will of her grandmother Shirley. The girl's parents, trying not to betray their excitement, helped their daughter to pack. They were most responsible for the forthcoming transport of apples, which Sabrina had dreamed her grandfather had ordered her to take with her. Patricia placed a rectangular plastic basket without a handle in a rather compact but capacious gym bag. She carefully stacked the ripe fruit there, laying each layer with parchment paper on her husband's advice, and the main load, carefully covered with a towel, was packed. Sabrina added the minimum number of items to her bag and set off on her journey. At the girl's request, her parents only walked her to the taxi. Although the daughter promised to call and report the results of the search, Patricia and Wilfred were worried about their daughter. It was not at all certain that the search expedition would be a success, and a meeting with a woman from Vincent's past could lead to unpredictable results. Thanks to a carefully planned route and the absence of any unforeseen circumstances, Sabrina had no trouble reaching the town where Vincent's grandfather had received letters for so long, some of which he had been able to read only after his wife's death. The town seemed to her to be a rather cozy settlement. The coming autumn had already touched the trees with gold and made it especially picturesque. Private houses were peacefully neighboring with apartment buildings, near which there were small vegetable gardens and even polycarbonate greenhouses. The girl approached the house whose address was written on the envelope. There was an intercom on the door of the 5-story building, and Sabrina hesitated for a few seconds. Although she had prepared herself morally for the trip, and even prepared a small speech before the difficult explanation, she suddenly became afraid. Overcoming herself, Sabrina dialed the number of the flat she was interested in on the keypad. "Hi. Excuse me, can I speak to Marian Lopez and her daughter Cheryl, please?" she asked, hearing a pleasant female voice coming from the speaker. "Come in," came from the speaker, and the door opened. Sabrina was greatly surprised that the stranger whose voice came from the speaker did not ask her name or the purpose of her visit, but there was no time to ponder. Breathing deeply to calm herself, the girl went up to the first floor, where a not-yet-old woman was waiting for her behind the open door. Shirley gazed at her face, but tried in vain to recognize Cheryl in the stranger, considering that the photograph showed her at the young age of 16, and more than 3 decades had passed. It was unlikely that such a dramatic change had taken place. Outwardly, the woman was of a very different type, and she looked about 40 years old, maybe a little more. How could one tell the age of a modern, self-conscious woman, which the stranger was undoubtedly? Sabrina said a friendly hello. Hello again. I'm the one who bothered you. Could you please tell me how to speak to Marian Lopez? The woman carried on the conversation freely, even friendly, as if she had known Sabrina for years. Hello, if you're not joking. Where are you from? The question surprised Sabrina, but she answered honestly, though she didn't see how it mattered. The woman, hearing the name of the town, softened and invited her into the flat, where she asked another strange question. What are your grandfather's last names? My grandfather's last name on my dad's side is Robinson, and on my mum's side it's Jackson, was a phrase that had a strange effect on the woman. She asked nothing more, fidgeting. In spite of Sabrina's excuses, she led her into the kitchen and moved a plate of delicious, ruddy cakes. She offered tea, coffee, homemade compote, and holding out a glass of the sweet drink to her guest, explained. Marian was my mum's best friend, Cheryl was my nanny and big sister. We survived together, even when there was nothing to eat but potatoes grown in the wasteland. We only saw meat once in a while. When Aunt Marian was planting, she was so worried and afraid, and hoped that one day they'd be looking for her. She told my mum to tell no one how to find her and her daughter, except a man named Robinson or his descendants. She was very fond of one Vincent Robinson. A daughter is a daughter, the fruit of their love sinful and sweet. Yes, that's right, Vincent Robinson is my grandfather, Sabrina confirmed the rejoinder. He was my grandfather. He passed away recently. It was only afterwards that it came to light that he once had his first love and their shared daughter living here in your flat at this very address. It's not Grandpa Vincent's fault he didn't find them sooner. It's just the way things are. The landlady took a notebook out of the cupboard, tore out a piece of paper, took a pen, and flicked through the pages. She began to rewrite something, not forgetting to be cordial. Are you eating? Drink. You came straight here from the railway station, didn't you? Have some refreshment. You'll have to go to Sacramento to meet Marian or Tracy, to meet again. And you didn't move. We had to, even though it was incredibly hard to part with each other. It was almost like we were family. But after Aunt Marian ran into an acquaintance of the man who kept her as cheap labor, I was afraid to stay here. It's easier to get lost in a big city. Here, I wrote down their address and Cheryl's phone number for you to make an appointment. Knowing Aunt Marian, I'm sure she's still waiting to hear from her beloved Vincent. But it's better if you and Cheryl call. Arrange a time and place to meet at their place, not too well in the house. The daughter's husband is a real creep. The first time I saw him, I was scared. A man standing there, smiling at you, but his eyes were contemptuous and evil. As Aunt Charlotte told me later, he helped her daughter a lot when she got a new job in town, and she fell in love without noticing any of his faults. When she did, it was too late, like a fly caught in a spider's web. No matter how hard Aunt Charlotte tries to keep him away from her daughter, she just can't seem to do it. Alice was silent. Apparently she herself was troubled by the situation, but she didn't know how to help the woman she considered practically her sister. Sabrina tried not to look hungry, but she couldn't refuse the tasty treat. She belatedly remembered the rules of etiquette. Excuse me, my name is Sabrina. Thank you so much. Your pies are delicious and your compote is wonderful. The woman was very sweetly embarrassed. Oh, come on, that's good. Alice pounced with questions. My name is Alice. And please don't use you to me, it makes me uncomfortable. By the way, Aunt Marian taught me how to cook. She's really good at cooking. Listen, Sabrina, do you have any money for the journey? The taxi fare will be insane, but it's faster than the train. I'm sorry it's not much, but I can give you 1,030. Sabrina was struck to the core by this offer. Some Alice, a seemingly quite modern young woman, in her simple-minded and open demeanor was like the positive characters from the old films that grandparents loved to watch. Such goodwill made Sabrina's nose pinch, and she hurried to reassure Alice. Don't worry, my finances are fine. Thank you, Alice. I'm very pleased to meet you. Thank you for the treats. It's time to move on. Sabrina looked up the cost of a taxi to her destination on the app and sighed. Yes, you're right. The price is something unbelievable. That's okay. I'll gladly take the electric train. Alice didn't let her guest off that easily. Wait, let's look at the schedule of trains and trains passing by on the internet. Maybe we'll even book a ticket at once. Otherwise, why are you wasting your time in the waiting room? You'd better keep me company here. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Sabrina nodded, agreeing with Alice's wisdom. But the caution was unnecessary. It turned out that with time to get to the train station, it was almost time to say goodbye to the hospitable woman. Almost out of the flat, Sabrina hesitated briefly. Opening her bag, she pulled out several large, flavorful apples and held them out to Alice. These are apples from Grandpa's garden. They're delicious. I don't know how else to thank you for such a warm welcome. Alice was embarrassed again, but accepted the apples. I can't resist such incredible flavor and beauty. They're just like a picture. Say hi to Cheryl. By the way, with your permission, I think I'll let her know you're going over there. Let her get Aunt Marian ready, or she might have a blood pressure spike or a heart attack or something. Sabrina had no objections, and bidding her new acquaintance a warm farewell, she went to the railway station. She sent her parents a detailed account of how she had been met by the helpful Alice. She told them that Marian and Cheryl had moved, but she had their new address. Her mum, who was clearly worried about her daughter, replied almost instantly and asked her to be careful on the road. The girl light-heartedly promised to look around carefully and not to get involved in any dubious ventures. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the carriage was quite calm. Some of them were gazing thoughtfully out of the window at the scenery, which was becoming less and less recognizable in the darkness. Some of the occasional fellow travelers were dozing, and Sabrina wished she could be as immersed in her smartphone as most of the passengers in the carriage. The charging level made it necessary to refrain from that luxury. Almost at the moment when the departing day crosses the boundary of night to be forever in the past, Sabrina found herself in an ancient town. The girl thought with belated regret that she hadn't realized to take care of booking a hotel room in advance. After all, to appear in Marian's flat at such a late hour was somehow quite awkward. She felt a little uncomfortable, but ordering herself not to be a coward, she quickly, before the smartphone finally ran out of battery, orientated herself how to get to the nearest hotel. Luck favored Sabrina. The receptionist, smiling, even as if sincere, offered a small but, according to her, very cozy room. Sabrina was soon settled into her temporary accommodation, and after putting her smartphone to charge, she showered, had a snack, and lay down on the bed. Although the time was late, the mattress was comfortable and no loud noises penetrated the hotel room. There was no sleep in either eye. Still, in the morning there would be the meeting for which she had traveled. And again there was anxiety. The girl thought for the 100th time what to say to the innocent victim of deception. How to apologize for her grandmother. And in general, in what style to talk. After all, if with good-natured Alice everything somehow turned out to be very easy, it does not mean that communication with Marian and Cheryl will be as pleasant. Although only managing to fall asleep towards morning, Sabrina woke up a few minutes before her alarm clock. The disturbing night, thanks to the girl's youth, had left no noticeable marks on her appearance, and at 10 she ventured to call Cheryl. The woman answered almost instantly. It seemed as if she had been expecting the call. She probably had. After all, it's not often that relatives who didn't know about each other meet. Having quickly arranged to meet at a cafe near the hotel, Cheryl was the first to end the call. Surprisingly, the choice of a neutral public place to meet had finally calmed Sabrina, on whom her recent acquaintance with Alice had made a most pleasant and even reassuring impression. Well, there's just no way such a sweet, kind woman could be friends with and consider bad people her family. So both Marian and Cheryl are at least quite adequate. Besides, in a cafe, surrounded by people, it is unlikely to come to a violent expression of emotion, and there is less risk that Marian will get too nervous. She transferred the basket of apples into the spacious shopping bag she had thoughtfully brought with her and set off. As she approached the cafe, Sabrina spotted a slender woman on the porch of the establishment, whose features looked like the girl from the pictures in Marian's letter. "Hello, Cheryl. I'm Sabrina Robinson. It turns out my grandfather is your daddy," the girl said hello first. The woman smiled. "A pleasure. Completely sincerely speaking. I was told by Alice that she had a wonderful experience, and her judgment, as life has shown, is to be trusted. Come on, I'll introduce you to Mum, and we can have a quiet chat. She is waiting for us inside. The introduction procedure was remarkably smooth. Marian was friendly, but with ill-concealed interest in the face of her favorite man's granddaughter. To somehow break the lingering silence, Sabrina held out a bag to the woman. These are some apples from Grandpa's garden. Marian pulled away from studying Sabrina's face and looked inside the bag and aghast. Crazy. This is the real variety. The woman carefully pulled out one fruit, sniffed it, holding it gently as if the apple were a living thing, and without addressing either Sabrina or her daughter, spoke softly. It was noticeable that Marian was anxious to express all the pain she had accumulated. Vincent and I once dreamed that we would live in a house with an apple tree around it. Not just as a fruit tree, but sort of in honor of me. My full name is Marianne, which means apple blossom. It's such a shame our dreams didn't come true. I was only 15 when we met. In my native land, however, all girls grow up early, ripe for married life with the man they love. Vincent was 9 years older. I wasn't embarrassed by the age difference. I lied to him. I told him I was an adult. He didn't think I was lying. We loved each other, forgetting everything. I guess the higher powers made me pay for my lies and my sin. And this terrible punishment is also reflected on my daughter. The woman stroked her daughter's hand, who blushed like a boiled crayfish and fell silent. Sabrina, who listened to her without interrupting, confessed. It wasn't a higher power that intervened in your life at all. It's much simpler and more hurtful than that. Grandfather Vincent received some of your letters only after the death of his wife, my grandmother. Sabrina detailed everything she knew herself and, not forgetting to mention her strange dream, summarized. So I came here to make you all aware. Both my parents and I thought it was the fair thing to do. I'm sorry your love had such a tragic history, but nothing can be undone now. Marian held the apple in one hand, pressing it to her heart with the palm of her hand, the other wiping away the tears that were stubbornly rolling down her cheeks. Neither Cheryl nor Sabrina knew what to say or how to comfort the woman in her grief. There was a silence, like an unspoken moment of silence for Vincent's death. They had not yet ordered drinks and food. Marian, as if waking from a daze, suggested, "My dears, why don't we take a walk down the street? I'm feeling a little short of breath." Sabrina and Cheryl agreed without hesitation, although the look on the waiter's face when he didn't wait for an order, or at least a tip, was simply disgruntled. No one seemed to care about him at all. Three members of the fair sex were pondering the vicissitudes of fate and how outside interference ruins the most wonderful dreams. Her daughter wanted to take the bag of apples, but Marian stopped her. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to part with these apples." The long handles allowed her to hang the bag on her shoulder, so it wasn't too heavy to carry. Marian asked Sabrina to tell her everything she knew about her grandfather, what he did for a living, what he liked to watch, what he liked to wait, other everyday details. The woman seemed to absorb the moments that passed her by and smiled quietly. Perhaps she imagined that she herself had been living next to him all these years. The almost idyllic walk was interrupted by the ringtone of Cheryl's mobile phone. The male caller was shouting so loudly that even from the distance of the alley, Sabrina could hear everything he was saying. "Why the hell aren't you home and at work? I was in a hurry, driving like a madman, and it's like a bad joke. Where are you wandering? If I find out you're cheating on me, I'll kill you, your lover, and your mother. I want you out of my flat." The stately Cheryl seemed to grow smaller as she listened to the tirade. The lights in her eyes went out, and she replied briefly, "I'll be right there." And Marian became visibly agitated. It seemed the voice of the man who had called was familiar to her, and this man did not evoke the slightest positive emotion in her. Cheryl began to say goodbye to Sabrina, and then turned to her mum. "Look, I'm going to run. Marcus seems pissed off already. You two talk some more. There's probably a lot of things you'd like to talk about." Cheryl hurried away, and from that moment the ease of Marian and Sabrina's conversation seemed to evaporate. The girl understood that the woman was terribly afraid for her daughter, who, as it was easy to understand, was in a relationship with a real tyrant. Soon Marion confirmed her young companion's conjecture. I have the impression that my daughter is continuing my bitter story of slavery at the mercy of a cruel, overbearing man. However, unlike me, she got married officially, and with great love. At least 15 years ago it seemed that way. I was so happy for my daughter. Marcus always treated me and Cheryl with respect. But as soon as he could talk me into adding my savings to the shared flat, things started to go sour. One thing didn't suit him, then another. While I was living separately in a rented room from my daughter and son-in-law, and did not realize how everything really was. Then, 5 years ago, I got seriously ill and went on a long sick leave. My employer laid me off, so I had to ask Marcus to move into their one-bedroom flat. I felt I had a moral right to do so, but of course it was awkward. I hid my pride and asked to stay with my daughter and Marcus. That's when I realized they weren't doing well. There was always some sort of grudge against my daughter. Jealousy, hurtful words, in a milder form than I'd been subjected to in the past. But every accusation against Cheryl was a punishment. Recently, he's been harping on my infertility, even though he's always said that his back is interfering with our life plans. I get the impression he's provoking Cheryl into divorce, and then we'll end up with some kind of cubbyhole when we share the flat. I realize now that Marcus is going to divide everything down to the last spoonful. That she and I will be like two blades of grass that can't be broken. I don't have a law degree. Cheryl's a long way from it either. We can't financially afford a good lawyer. Sabrina didn't know how to console the unfortunate woman who had never in her life been able to lean on a man's reliable shoulder instead of throwing herself into the fray on her own. Alice's friendship with her mom seemed to be the only bright spot in her fate. It was not easy, but when the problems try to solve not one person, already at least morally easier. And Marion confessed. As soon as I lost my full-time job and started baking at home, the delicate balance collapsed. Everything went downhill somehow. Although the standard of living even seemed to have improved. I could probably pay my rent again. But it's ironic. I'm just afraid for my daughter's health. Oh, I'm so afraid Marcus is going to start laying hands on Cheryl. And right now my heart is restless, like some kind of trouble is coming. Sabrina, I hate to drag you into our family squabbles, but come to our place, please. Marcus needs to tone down his arrogance in front of you. That's what he always does in front of strangers. He behaves enthusiastically and even self-consciously, playing the role of a model husband. If you ask our neighbors, they'd probably all agree that my Cheryl is incredibly lucky to have him. Sabrina immediately agreed to keep Marion company. Soon, after a few bus stops and a short walk down the street, they were inside the flat. A muffled male voice could be heard coming from one of the rooms. Now I'm going to teach you how a husband should be greeted, because you need to put the idea in ditches like you not to twist your tail in the absence of your lawful spouse. Marion opened the door and saw Marcus grab Cheryl by the neck, lifting her off the floor in a state of some irrational anger. The woman took the bag of apples off her shoulder and knocked her son-in-law on the head. The man, never letting go of his victim, slumped to the floor. Cheryl wheezed from coughing. "Mom, what are you doing? What fly bit you? What if you fractured Marcus's skull?" The woman slowly walked over to the couch, sat down on it, and asked. "Cheryl, nothing will happen to Marcus. You better get me some water and a sedative. Drops my heart starting to pound." Sabrina, meanwhile, was looking closely at the man. He was clearly stunned, but not too badly, and was already making attempts to get up. He had a dazed look on his face. Marcus was in no hurry to get up and rubbing the back of his head. He looked angrily at Marion and threatened. "Don't even think you're going to get away with this. I'll go to the trauma center, get the beatings taken out, and put you senile old woman, behind bars." Cheryl's hands shook as she handed the cup of medicine to her mum. The woman began to urge Marcus to take it easy, but he only became more vocal and threatening. "You'll go to your death, and then you'll die in the State House. And with your health there is nothing to be there. A woman, as they say, is easier on the horse than on the mare." Unexpectedly, Marcus' tirade was interrupted by Sabrina, who, together with her grandfather and father, had watched various detective shows and had little but valuable experience in calming down even the most inadequate visitors and suppliers. "First of all, I'm calling the police here right now. I saw you trying to hurt Cheryl with my own eyes. so Marian's actions may well be classified as grievous bodily harm in self-defense. Sabrina couldn't understand how she'd had the audacity to call a grown man some criminal code numbers from the depths of her subconscious. Probably the stress had taken its toll. She was so dashingly inserting phrases from her head, some legal terms, that Marcus, under the fierce pressure of the stranger, visibly staggered, and then, carefully rising, left the room, throwing his wife. "You are lucky I have a strong head, or you would have been a widow." When the man left, Sabrina took a seat on the couch next to Marian. The woman began to apologize to her guest. "I'm sorry, Sabrina, for what happened." Inside, though, the girl was all shaking with anger. She managed an almost calm reply. "Nothing to apologize for at all, Cheryl." Cheryl stood against the wall and listened to what was going on in the kitchen, where Marcus had gone. Then she rushed in, much to the surprise of her mom and Sabrina. The man was climbing the cupboards in a fit of rage, throwing everything out of them onto the floor. Marian quietly called out to her son-in-law, "Marcus, be quiet. I hid my stash a long time ago. As soon as I noticed that the note started to disappear from it. You won't find anything in the kitchen. Don't get your hopes up." The man was crushing groats and pasta with his feet, not knowing where he was stepping. He walked out of the kitchen, nearly knocking down Cheryl, who was in his way, and soon slammed the door loudly. Marian and Cheryl began to clean up Marcus's mess, and Sabrina joined them without hesitation. To the objections of her hosts, the girl confessed. "I feel partly a little guilty for everything that has happened, so of course I won't stand aside." The mess in the kitchen was almost cleared up when Marcus appeared in the doorway, accompanied by a man in a police uniform. "Hello, Lieutenant Norman Morris, Precinct Commander. Marcus asked me here to look into the circumstances of the battery." Marian sank into a chair in exhaustion. Cheryl glared angrily at her husband, who on the contrary was cheering. While the women were cleaning up, he had hustled over and literally dragged the law enforcement officers into the flat, greatly exaggerating the extent of the conflict. Sabrina slumped against the wall at Marcus's insolence and blurted out to eliminate the possibility of a trick from this man with a rotten, petty soul. "Excuse me, Norman, may I see your ID?" The lieutenant produced the ID and began his questioning. As Marian began to recount what had happened, Sabrina asked permission to make a phone call. Morris did not interfere, and the girl hurriedly dialed her father's number. Wilfred listened to his daughter without interrupting, and then said, "In general, now Oliver will call you back. He is well versed in such matters. You put the phone on speaker and I think he'll be able to resolve the situation favorably and without hassle." Sabrina's father wasn't wrong. Marcus's look of triumph melted as the policeman, who had seen the red fingerprints on Cheryl's neck during the phone call, began to cast disapproving glances at his insolent husband. The lawyer insisted that the lieutenant also take a statement from the woman who had been assaulted by her husband, and this speech had a marvelous effect. After the mutually amiable conclusion of the telephone conversations, Morris asked Marcus sternly, "Do you still claim that your mother-in-law hit you with a heavy bag? Out of the blue? The picture of this incident is quite different. You, Marcus, practically made a false call and lied about it. Unfortunately, it's not a prosecutable offense, but you could get a fine. I'm going to write down everything as it happened, and I'm warning you at once, don't lie to me again." When Marian showed her terrible weapon, with which she had hit her son-in-law on the head, the policeman could hardly contain a smile and involuntarily admired the large apples. Marcus, having read and signed the document, cursed and swore at his wife, her mum, and their inexplicable young protector. The police officer reprimanded the man, and he left the flat in a rage. Norman turned to Cheryl and said, "I will advise you now, not as a neighborhood officer, but just as a human being, do not tolerate such an attitude. Further, as experience shows, such marriages do not lead to anything good. Divorce before it's too late." Cheryl thanked the precinct. "Thank you, Norman, for your informal approach. You've dealt with the situation fairly." Marian put almost half of the apples Sabrina had brought in a bag and handed it to the police officer with the words, "Please take this as a token of appreciation. I am very sorry that my intemperance caused my son-in-law to disturb you." The policeman shrugged his shoulders, saying it was his job. and then, as if shedding the veneer of officialism, asked with admiration in his voice, "How did you manage to grow such beautiful apples? At my parents' dacha this year, almost the entire crop at the stage of wilting hail beaten. What is not beaten, then during the frost rotted." Marian smiled. "I did not hope to admire such apples myself. It's the famous real variety. These apples were generously brought to us by Sabrina, our volunteer advocate, from another state, where a good man had brought a seedling from another country many years ago. Despite the difference in climate, the tree took root. The neighborhood officer thanked me again for the apples. Just in case, he dictated his phone number and left the flat after saying goodbye." In spite of the happy resolution of the problem, Marcus's petty revenge in the form of calling the police was a rather exhausting event for everyone. Marian jokingly declared, "That's enough cleaning for today. Where have you seen this? She comes to visit us and we give her a broom and dustpan. Basta, girls, let's take a break. Let's close the table in my room. This situation is making us hungry." Sabrina was removed from the party preparations and hurried to call her father to tell him that the conversation with the lawyer had helped her out of a very difficult situation. Wilfred and Patricia, who knew from her husband a slightly different version of events, were relieved when their daughter told them. Even at the age of 24, Sabrina was still the same favorite little girl for her parents, whom they wanted to protect, to cover with their care like a dome, impenetrable to any evil. As Alice had said, Marian was an incredibly skillful cook. Sabrina enjoyed the seemingly simple but delicious dishes. After tea with amazing homemade sweets, Cheryl asked her guest, "Can we have a Skype video call with your dad? I would at least like to meet my only sibling remotely that way." Sabrina confessed, "My parents asked me that too, but I didn't know how to suggest it. Is it convenient?" Marian splashed her hands. "My clever girl, what a good idea you have. Hurry up and get everything set up." Just a few minutes later, Wilfred's image appeared on the laptop screen. First of all, the man began to apologize to Marian. "It's hard for me to say this, but the happiness of my parents' family and my own carefree childhood was actually built on a foundation of your misfortunes. Most likely, if the letters from you had reached my father earlier, he would have found a way to help you. However, my mother was probably afraid that he would leave everything and ask for a divorce, and go to you and the daughter he never got to meet. I sincerely apologize to you, Marian. I want you to know that you can always count on me. Sabrina will leave you my phone number and other contacts. Feel free to contact me anytime you need me." Sabrina stayed with her hospitable hosts into the evening, listening to Marian and Cheryl talk about herself and her family. Despite the rather odd circumstances of their acquaintance, neither felt the slightest bit awkward. Cheryl confessed, "I had no idea I'd suddenly have such a wonderful niece." As Marian watched Sabrina, she saw a subtle, almost imperceptible resemblance to Vincent's similar facial features, the dimples that appeared when she smiled, the funny habit of wrinkling her nose and frowning her eyebrows. For so many years, the woman remembered the one man she loved desperately, and then, as if out of habit, hoped for a meeting. And now there was no chance of seeing him again. It was incredibly sad. And the only consolation was that Vincent had not forgotten or betrayed her. He had naively believed what she had said. That was the only thing she could reproach him for if she wanted to. Countless times Marian had imagined that she had misconducted that fatal conversation. If only then, more than half a century ago, she had had the courage to tell her lover that his father was threatening to do away with him if she had offered to run away. Vincent would probably have found a better way of dealing with the problem, though. If only she had told him honestly years ago. They'd probably be together now, just as they'd dreamed. Maybe things would have turned out better for Cheryl, who would have felt her father's care and support in her personal life. Marian was incredibly sorry that she had failed to protect the fragile love. But she could not blame the woman who had become Vincent's lawfully wedded wife. After all, it was she, Marian, who had rejected the man she loved, even under duress. So there was no need to look for fault on the other side. It had been a long, eventful day, and after a long meal and much conversation, the table began to yawn, one at a time or all at once. Sabrina flatly refused to be escorted back to the hotel. Don't worry, please. The taxi will take me directly to the place, so there won't be any complications. As soon as I'm in my room, I'll let you know. Marion and Cheryl said goodbye to Sabrina as a close relative, with whom not only blood ties but also friendship. Before getting into the taxi, the girl waved to her new acquaintances, looking out of the window, and did not notice how from the bench at the neighboring entrance, Marcus, filled with anger, was watching her. The man thought that this strange young upstart, whom he had seen for the first time in his life today, was to blame for the bad day. Come to think of it, he'd taken a slight hit, and Cheryl had been so over it that she'd left the house and hadn't even thought to put him on notice. Clearly the matter was unclean. He, as a husband, had every right to teach her how a decent woman should behave. But this girl, instead of apologizing, started arguing with him, explaining that she had done nothing wrong. So he cut off her breathing a little, so that she would not be punished. And then the angry fury came in at the wrong time and hit him on the head with all her might. Marcus rubbed the back of his head, feeling the painful bump, and continued to think about the hurt he'd suffered. It probably wouldn't have turned out so well for his wife and her mum if it hadn't been for the unfamiliar face. She'd been the devil to show up at their flat today. The man was sure that without the support of this educated wretch, they wouldn't have dared to make a peep in his direction. Not only that, but he would have been able to convince the police officer that the women were conspiring against him. Only this young sheep Sabrina, as it was written in the report of the district officer, had a trump card. After the intervention of an obviously competent and knowledgeable lawyer, he, Marcus, had to leave the flat with nothing, although he also had the right to the living space. However, the fight for her still ahead. In the meantime, we have to deal with these insolent women. It's useless to break in now to his wife and her mum. They're probably locked up with all the locks and chains. But it's the right thing to do to catch up and teach the runaway a lesson. Marcus sat on the bench like a predator in ambush, watching for the defenseless sheep to leave the flock and be at his mercy. The man even chuckled, glad to find such a comparison. But the wait was prolonged. The autumn evening, gentle and merciless, already hinted that the planned hunt would not take place. Marcus was shivering, whether from restrained rage or from hunger and cold, and was about to leave. But then the door opened, and a fugitive jumped out into the street. Marcus' joy was a little premature, for the insolent sheep had got into a taxi. But that only made the man more excited. The chase was on. Luckily, the cars were side by side. In the meantime, the city's heavy traffic would keep the would-be victim out of sight. Sabrina was already gripping the front door handle of the hotel, wishing she could collapse on the bed and get some sleep. But she heard a voice behind her. Sabrina, or should it be Bizarre? The girl automatically turned around and lost precious fractions of a second. Marcus, whose voice she recognized perfectly well, was rapidly approaching her. Sabrina turned away and, trying to get into the hotel faster, started pushing the doors the wrong way out of fright. When at last rescue was at hand, the man grabbed her by the waist, turned her round to face him, and threatened her in a feignedly affectionate tone. "Where are you going in such a hurry? Let's have a chat, shall we? Explain to me, why the hell are you meddling in my family life? Why don't you say anything, you sheep? How long has it been since you got punched in the face for your big mouth? Who asked you to interfere?" The girl prepared to shout loudly and thought about how to get free. But she didn't have to look for rescue on her own. She couldn't see how the policeman, who was already in civilian clothes, came out of the ajar door behind her back, but she was incredibly happy when she heard. "Marcus, you're absolutely wrong right now. Let the girl go." Marcus instantly loosened his grip and started to justify himself to the policeman. "Norman, I just came to talk to you. Then I wanted to take you for a walk, to show you the city." As the policeman left the hotel, he asked, "Sabrina, if you wouldn't mind waiting for me in the lobby. I have something to arrange with Marcus." Sabrina sat down in a comfortable chair. A few minutes later, the police officer sat down next to her and confessed. "You know, I actually came to see you. When my parents saw the apples, they were so distraught. They asked me to arrange with you for a cuttings from this tree. My father wants to graft cuttings and try to grow such beauty too. I can't count the number of times they cheated me with varieties in the markets. On the picture one thing, but grows completely different. So I came here to the hotel, and as it turns out, not for nothing." The girl smiled. She liked this young and very correct and principled policeman. In gratitude for her rescue, she promised to send him as many cuttings as he wanted when she got to her grandfather's cottage. Sabrina and Norman, who asked to address him simply, without middle names, exchanged contacts and said goodbye. The man did not want to part with the charming girl, but he could not find any reason to stay with her. Sabrina thought, "I guess there's a reason Grandpa Vincent sent me to find Marion and Cheryl in my dreams. He also told me to bring apples with me." Events after meeting the relatives began to develop with frightening speed. Cheryl divorced from Marcus, and since in Sacramento they and Marion practically nothing held, after the exchange of the flat they moved at Wilfred's invitation to his father's house. The man offered wholeheartedly, "Since I am aware of my mother's guilt, let this house be at least a small compensation for all your suffering." Marion sat at length by the apple tree, carefully nurtured by her lover, stroking it like a living thing. Sabrina, who was always a welcome guest, was glad that the old woman had found peace, albeit belatedly. In Vincent's granddaughter's personal life, the sweet fruit of the apple tree also played an important role. Correspondence and regular telephone conversations with Norman made it clear that their affection was mutual, and that it was growing stronger with time. Soon the lieutenant moved to the city to his favorite girl, explaining, "Well, why, policemen are needed everywhere. And if necessary, I can learn another profession." Cheryl also found her own personal happiness, having met the brother of Aunt Charlotte's neighbor. Marion stroked the apple tree and whispered softly, "Thank you, Vincent. I know for a fact that it was you who helped to organize everything so well." The children abandoned their mother in the village and didn't even come to her funeral, and when the notary read the will ... MP4. Samantha was annoyed. There was a session coming up, a lot of tales to catch up on. "I have to pass, I don't have a penny to spare. And then there's this funeral." Mother's neighbor Auntie Annie called and said the funeral's in a day. "That's round-trip tickets and probably organizing costs. If John or Stella haven't taken over. I wonder if they already know, but to write to her brother or sister Pride wouldn't allow it." Samantha decided not to go, not to spend, not to see the faces of relatives with their sneers and claims. She was studying anyway, so she had nothing to do there. She'll come later and sit on the grave. There was no regret or longing on Samantha's face, rather irritation with a hint of sadness at the shaky way of life. Relationships with her mother. Older brother and sister had been difficult all her life. Her mother molded her into a pretty girl, forbade her to go out and do what she liked. She forced her to learn lessons, help around the house, iron her school uniform from the evening. The forbidden fruit only beckoned more. She slapped her stubborn daughter for her first cigarette, took away her phone when she saw Samantha kissing a boy at the gate. Her brother called her the naughty one from kindergarten. Her sister rolled her eyes and clucked her tongue. Eventually, at the age of 16, Samantha had another fight with her mother over a bow, snapped and left home. She lived with a guy, finished school, then left with him 500 kilometers away to a big city. She worked for a long time, survived the breakup, but saved up for education, and only at the age of 23 she finally entered a university, when she realized the value and necessity of a diploma and education. The girl did not maintain relations with any of her relatives. She had enough friends and colleagues. Rumors, of course, came, what and how, but Samantha did not look for them purposefully. Why? To be told she was a slacker. No, now Samantha was not willing to sacrifice even a fraction of what she had worked hard and longed for. She was studying, working, and in the midst of all that, it was unrealistic to find time for a trip. And she didn't want to be honest. "They'll sort it out without me," the girl decided and pushed the outline closer. Stella's mother had failed to mold a decent girl. Unlike her straightforward younger sister, she had a cunning, dodgy character, went by the head and was not afraid to use methods that others seemed dirty. So without much connection and higher education, Stella became the manager of a small travel firm by the age of 28 in the capital. She had a short haircut and generally looked very apathetic, with tattoos all over her arms, bright makeup and expressively pounded-faced beauticians. The news of her mother's death caught Stella in another country. when she had just checked into a hotel with a girlfriend. The voucher was a 10-day trip. As a calculating and practical lady, Stella calculated how much it would cost for an unplanned return flight and the missing trip, not to mention a ruined holiday. The decision was obvious: to stay and rest. If she wanted to, Stella could make it to her parents' funeral. She was in a good financial position, but principle intervened. "Management is not for women," her mother grumbled. "Our business is to keep the coziness of the house and hearth. Let men earn money. It is their natural destiny. We have a different purpose." "What's the purpose, Mum?" "We are not cogs in the engine. People choose what to be," argued Stella. "It won't do any good if you go against nature." Her mother was unsteady. "You've already gone, you've drawn pictures, and it's time to think about your family." Stella rolled her eyes in her favorite manner and snorted. "Our song is good, start again, it's called." Talking about family, husband and children had caused her gag reflexes since she was in transition. Her mother's old believers pissed her off more than anything else. The inculcation of humility and norms of domostroy ended with the girl doing the opposite. Dress, cut with scissors, dressed in jeans and aggressive rocker outfits. Instead of boiling borscht, Stella chose sketches of future tattoos, and instead of romances for the sake of bouquets and sitting under the moon, she looked for profitable acquaintances. She knew that she wanted to lead, to decide, and to get out of this box of traditional values, where her mother stubbornly shoved her. Of course, by the age of 28, her dream had come true. A chain of useful connections led her to the owner of a travel agency. There Stella promptly got a job, then twisted romance with a man and made it so that he re-registered the business on her. Behind left a broken life of the ex-wife, a pile of fired unwanted female employees, and a pile of gossip. But the ambitious girl did not care. Winners are not judged, as they say. Stella combined management, partying, and constant traveling. Not even cacti could survive at home, let alone husbands, children, and dogs. Self-sufficient, selfish Stella loved unrequited only herself and did not want to sputter on anyone else. That's why she quickly got rid of the suitor, pulling off his business, very clean from a legal point of view. In this succession, Stella went to her mother's house once a year, or even less often. She was sick and bored at her parents' house, with no one to manage her. John himself could make a horde of vocational school students stand at attention when his visits overlapped with Stella's, and Samantha ran away with her boyfriend. That left arguments with his mother, where there was nothing new from year to year. To make matters worse, Megan began to drink and complain about her health. And Stella wanted to get out of her father's house as soon as possible, so as not to cross paths and not to listen to the old woman's complaints. Her brother will sort it out himself. He is a man, and he is the eldest, decided the apathetic head of the travel agency about the news. She should have been there a long time ago. God forgive her, she thought a little later, but didn't say it out loud so her girlfriend wouldn't hear. If Megan was trying to make real women out of her daughters, she was trying to raise a real man in her son. But again, it had turned out to be a mess. John, from a small age, was forced almost everywhere to solve his problems by himself, to stand up for himself and not to roar. If Stella and Samantha were nurtured by their mother with standard feminine instructions, she demanded from her son steadfastness, firmness of character, stubbornness, and determination. In the end, it paid off. John was indeed the leader of the class, the head of the class and the first in his studies. But in the shadow of achievements hid a callous heart despotism, narcissism, indifference to other people's problems. He could make caustic jokes about ugly classmates who secretly counted on his interested gaze. He could bark at his sisters and his mother herself. Samantha spent her childhood hiding from her brother in corners when he came home in a bad mood. John did not understand other people's tears because of a bad grade or worldly injustice. After school, the guy went into the army and decided to become a military man for good. For status and benefits, he married a shy girl from the countryside, made a child, and by the age of 33 moved with his family to the Baltic coast. We could only guess what was going on at home because his wife did not dare to say a word against him. Only a shadow in a dress looked out from behind her husband's back. The fool was clear that he was walking from his wife and generally feels his complete power and impunity. John came home mostly because of some paperwork issues. He knew that his mother began to be friends with the bottle, but limited himself to rare duty calls and money transfers with the words, "Here, go to the doctor." Stella, he thought of her as a boy baby and almost a fallen woman. Samantha was an outright fool and a loser. He always made an example of himself to them, without listening to any arguments. As a result, when all of them were almost separated, communication was reduced first to dry hello in the walls of the house, then to short texts on holidays, and later and completely hushed. And everyone was happy with everything. The neighbor's call came over breakfast. John listened to the news with a stone face. He pondered what to do. The death of a relative is a valid excuse, and it's certainly possible to leave the service. But firstly, it was a long way to go by aeroplane. And secondly, he had long ago had nothing warm ties with his sisters, or with his mother herself. Only actual blood relation. He hadn't been to his homeland in 2 years and didn't care at all. And then there's a funeral. Something akin to longing tugged at John's heart, but quickly faded. "Will you fly?" his wife asked timidly, serving coffee. "No, I'll send money for everything. They'll organize it themselves," said the man. "What about the inheritance?" the wife asked again. Hey, John suddenly thought about it. "You're right, but we don't know if Mom left a will. And if not, then we'll get the house for 3 by law. We don't have to break up either, because these things can be solved from a distance nowadays." Aunt Annie was standing by the fresh pit, holding the hand of a young girl. Apart from them, there were about 10 other people at the funeral, neighbors, friends, and former colleagues of the deceased. They never arrived. John, Stella, and Samantha. Aunt Annie wiped her eyes with her handkerchief and adjusted the black mourning bandage on her head. "Oh, it's not Christian for children not to say goodbye to their mother." "We can't make them," sighed the girl, clutching the carnations in her hands. "You're right, Eve, you're right. Megan brought them up, she put her whole soul into it. And the children grew up so ungrateful." Aunt Annie complained. "At least they will come to visit the grave." There were many kind words and tears about the modest wake. But more than one person asked Annie and EVA why none of the deceased's children were present. And they didn't know what to say. After all, they all personally called, or rather Eva knew, but she was too reverent to Megan in life, and too respectful of her memory after her death to explain to each questioner what was the matter. "What are you crying for? Pray tell." Megan looked seriously at her son's red face. The boy was rubbing his eyes with his fist and pointing at the sandpit where another boy, Nick, a young bully, was having fun with his blue brand-new toy truck. "He hit you and you're crying? You have to be a man." Megan reprimanded her son. "Otherwise you'll always be like this. You'll always be a crybaby." John stopped, sobbed, and looked at the offender. "Don't hit him first, but if you get hit, hit him back," Mom instructed him. "And don't give yours back unless he asks for it first and says please." John sat down on the bench and frowned, his 6-year-old brain digesting his mother's words. Olga watched the child but did not hurry to return her son's toy. After a couple of minutes, John got up, walked to the sandbox. "Give back my car, please," he asked the offender. Instead of answering, the bully threw sand at John. At the same moment, the boy jumped on Nick and hit him hard on the back of the head with a plastic spatula. Soon a siren sounded again from the sandbox, but from a different source. A battered John in dirty shorts was proudly carrying the blue lorry home. That day he realized something. That brute force works better than the word please. At the time, his father was still living with them and was also doing his part in raising their first child. He forbade his son to impose female duties and chores on him. He said that a man should study, earn, and fight, and his wife would wash pots and iron the laundry for him. As a result, the boy did not know how to make a bed or fry eggs at the age of 9, but he quickly realized his superiority over girls, and with this position entered adulthood. His father was in a car accident and died when John was 13, Stella was 8, and little Samantha had just turned 2. Megan didn't so much grieve as exhale. Alex was a quiet tyrant and demanded total obedience from the entire family. Megan wanted her son to respect women and be strong in spirit, but his father's bad influence had already taken root in the boy's subconscious. The sound of broken dishes in the sink jerked Megan out of her slumber after a night's work as a cook. She heard the noise and scolding from the kitchen. "Clean up your own mess," Stella shouted, pointing her finger at the dirty plate on the table. "That's your job." John shrugged his shoulders and indifferently threw the dishes on the floor. "Stop it," Megan shouted at them both. "Stella, is it hard for you to clean up and help your brother?" "Mum, I'm not the maid to clean up after everyone." The scandalized 10-year-old put her fists to her sides. "He has exams coming up, he's studying, he's tired. What are you, like a little girl?" begged Megan. "I have a test tomorrow, so let Samantha clean up after us," said Stella. Megan stopped and shook her head. She silently picked up a plate from the floor, cleared a second one off the table, cleaned everything up and turned around. John had removed himself from the kitchen with a triumphant look on his face. Stella was breathing noisily, her nostrils flaring wide. "Daughter, you're smarter than that. You should be softer, more flexible." Megan put a hand on her shoulder. "I don't want to." Stella objected. "I don't want to be like you." She stomped her feet and ran to her room, struggling to provide for the children after her husband's death. Megan worked very hard, took more shifts, didn't go on holiday for years, and still had her own business and garden at home. No personal life, no hobbies, no hobbies. Megan lived for her children and the desire to give them the best education, summer camp, clothes, goodies, toys. She would buy something for herself when a previous item wore to holes or ripped. One day a woman was getting ready to go to a parent-teacher conference for her 11th grade son. John looked at his mother's stompy shoes, a stretchy skirt with an old oil stain, a linty blouse, and a late 90s fashion jacket. The guy wrinkled his nose. "Don't go, I'll say you've been working," he stopped the woman who was already making her way out. "Why, son?" Megan looked perplexed at her offspring. "They'll think we're begging," John replied shortly. "Don't embarrass me, Mum." The woman froze on the doorstep. She had barely taken time off work to hear about her son's progress from the teachers' mouths. Megan turned to the narrow mirror on the exit and looked at her own reflection. In front of her stood a tired, unkempt lady with bags under her eyes. John took her mother by the elbow. "I'm not a big boy, they won't scold me for sure, but you already know that." Megan went back to her room and tears came to her eyes, then sleep watched the exhausted woman. When John left for the army, Stella was 14 years old. Megan had hoped her daughters would be her helpers, but the exact opposite had happened. Transition age at Stella began to manifest itself early, but very clearly. It was immediately clear that the father's genes left their imprint here. The girl was hysterical on any occasion, closed the door, and crooked her face at any attempts of her mother to impute to her some morals. But among her girlfriends and friends, Stella enjoyed authority and had unquestionable power, and she could expel or punish her unwanted comrades with her own hands. "You can't do that," daughter Megan sighed, as she listened to Stella's boastful stories. "You'll make enemies." "I can," she said. "You can't, but I can." "Are you going to torture your husband like that? He'll run away in a week." The woman shook her head. "Who said that I would have one at all?" Stella folded her arms across her chest. "What do you mean?" Megan shook her hands. "What about a family? Sooner or later you'll want warmth, coziness, babies." "Ugh, disgusting." Stella grinned. "I've seen enough of you." "Thank you, don't. There are much more interesting things in life than cleaning a man and feeding a baby." The conversation was over. Megan had asked herself many times, why did the children grow up the opposite way, not the way she raised them? Instead of love, understanding and respect, selfishness and narcissism gurgled in each. John remained in the contract service and enrolled as a part-time student in college to qualify for an officer's rank in the future. He hardly ever called, and when he picked up the phone, he waved off the fact that he had no time to talk. By the end of high school, Stella was more concerned with her own appearance than with grades and exam preparation. She worked part-time at various places to get tattoos and fashionable haircuts. Megan didn't know about the first for a long time. The latter she accepted with a stretch. calming herself with the fact that hair, not teeth, will grow, and the pictures on her daughter's body she saw when it was too late. A piece of work popped out from under the sleeve of her t-shirt. "What?" asked Stella snidely, watching her mother stare at her arm in horror. "Do you want to see the whole thing?" The girl took off part of the t-shirt. A grinning dragon in mottled colors and bright spots looked up at Megan. Why, tell me?" The woman frustratedly sat down on a stool. "I wanted it so badly." Stella shrugged her shoulders. "Do you like it?" "It's not right." Megan mumbled. "It's a lifelong stigma for a girl. You'll be seen as a you-know-who. A decent guy doesn't need a coloring book." "Mum," Stella shouted. "I've argued it 1,000,000 times, and I'll argue it 10 billion 1,000,000 times. When you were a kid, you only got tattoos when you were a convict and a girl of easy virtue. In your youth, you had to study, get married, and have a baby. In your worldview, girls wear dresses and boys wear trousers. I'm so sick of your lectures." She threw the dirty rag she was wiping the table with at the wall and ran off to her room. In the evening, Stella ostentatiously dumped her shredded skirts and dresses on the carpet in front of her mother. "You can't make me wear this now, no matter how much you want to. I've seen these traditional feminine values in the oven." Megan didn't argue anymore. Her daughter was wearing her down with her behavior, drinking her dry like a glass of water. She only hastily wiped away a tear when she saw the blue dress she'd bought for her daughter's graduation in a pile of rags. Once in a while, Megan was visited by her neighbor Aunt Annie, a vivacious grandmother who had also raised 2 children on her own, tilled the vegetable garden every season, and kept poultry. Stella treated Aunt Annie with indulgence. She could treat her aunt to jam, but she didn't interrogate or teach her. Samantha often played with her neighbor's grandchildren and took her well too. "You're looking a little gaunt, Megan. It's time you quit this kitchen," Aunt Annie said, stirring her tea with a spoon in her mug. "Well, what's there to quit?" Megan waved me off. "What are the helpers for?" "There are 2 growing up." Annie nodded at the framed pictures of the girls on the wall. Megan twirled the mug in her hands and gazed at the floating tea flakes. "Annie, I don't think my kids love me," she exhaled. "What am I doing wrong?" "Oh, come on." Aunt Annie waved her hands. "All children love their parents, and so do yours. You do so much for them." "That's what I'm saying." Megan nodded. Annie took a candy from the vase and rustled the wrapper. "A child's individuality should be embraced. His view of the world to encourage, to guide, just a little support," she mumbled. "So how to accept? If they break their life, their future life?" Megan thumped her fist on the table, spilling her tea. "But it's their life, and you can't protect them from all their mistakes." Aunt Annie calmed her down, helping her to wipe up the puddle on the oilcloth. "The world is changing, and they are changing. You're teaching them to accept. What about you?" Megan suddenly froze. Her neighbor's words poked her in the soul, but she couldn't admit it. The woman was trying to be a caring mother from a position she'd seen in her childhood and thought was right. "I have 2 boys. Annie sat back down. "So what do you think? They drank and smoked when they were young. They went out and got Fs. But now they're both handsome, both family men. They bring their grandchildren to me on weekends. Real men have grown up." The neighbor clapped her palm on the tablecloth. "I scolded them, of course, in a good way, but I left the right for mistakes and bumps." The woman continued. "If you insulted your friends, you got a slap on the neck from them. If you tried vodka, let it get so bad that it would kill you. That's how it's brought up. Only on their own skin they understand." "I can't do that." Megan shook her head. Her neighbor took her hand in a conciliatory manner. "Megan, even if you can't, the main thing is that you love them and want the best for them. They'll grow up, they'll understand later. For now, let them be sarcastic. Don't take it personally. Be above the childish antics. They need to prove themselves, spread their peacock tails, let them." Megan remembered her daughter's tattoo, her son's capriciousness and coldness, and could not understand how she could react calmly to such an attitude from people close to her, although that was exactly what the kind-hearted neighbor had insisted on. A paradox, no other way. Stella ran away to the capital with some maid at the age of 18, having drunk a lot of her mother's blood. She didn't want to go to school, but she did some management and executive courses. Megan had many conversations with her daughter about the need for a normal education, but everything was like a pea against the wall. Stella was of a different opinion and stubbornly continued to tear down the standardized female image. Samantha was growing up too, and at first Megan thought she was a sweet and docile child. She wasn't soulless and narcissistic like her brother. She wasn't selfish and dodgy like her sister. She helped around the house, even though she grudgingly cooked and cleaned. But since she was 14 years old, Samantha's mind was exclusively on partying and boys. She often skipped school, ran on dates, hanging around with one suitor and another. Teachers called Megan with interrogations and requests to influence her daughter to no avail. One day Samantha endured her mother's admonitions for a long time, and then she gave out. "I'm young, I want to have fun. I don't want to grow moldy over books." Megan was appalled by this statement. If John and Stella at least had goals and desires, even if they didn't quite fit the gold standard, Samantha was close to going down a crooked path. And so it happened. One day Megan found her daughter's packet of cigarettes in a secret jacket pocket. So she burst into her room and yanked Samantha right out from under the covers, sleepy. "You're smoking." Megan yelled at her. "I don't need an ashtray in my house." She grabbed the strap from her bag off the chair and slapped it across her defensive daughter's back. Megan had never hit a child, except for a little spanking when she was a kid, but here it was as if she'd snapped. It was as if in that blow she had unleashed all her anger for the three of them on one. Afterwards, Megan repeatedly blamed herself for the outburst, and her son's words, "Samantha is a naughty skirt," came to mind. Then Samantha did not speak to her for 4 days. She didn't stop smoking, but she hid it better, out of spite. She also stopped doing things around the house, also out of spite. She had a tomboy, an 11th grader, and the kind of handsome guy that drives girls under 20 crazy. Samantha was no exception and went head over heels in love. Christian's schooling was lousy, but he secretly drove her around in his dad's car at night. He taught her how to pour beer without foam, and always told her about some shady dealings with the boys. Samantha was impressed and dreamed of running away with her lover to the end of the world. So in the evening, her mother caught them kissing under the cherry tree at home when she returned from work. Megan knew Christian and his family well, rarely earning a living anywhere. Father a lover of the collar, mother a gossip. Samantha was elbowed right out of her beau's arms. "Mum, why do you always get on my nerves?" she said. "You should be studying, not cuddling in corners with this guy," Megan said angrily. "I'll take care of it myself. You haven't lived your life, let others live theirs. Will you sort it out if you become a whoremonger?" Megan felt her voice breaking into a croak and her face burning with anger and helplessness. How could anyone accept such a thing? How could anyone knowingly accept the desecration of their own child's life? Megan didn't understand. Samantha wanted to say something, but froze. The scandal ended when Megan didn't find her daughter's things at home the next evening. She called her, texted her, asked her to come back, begged her to come to her senses. But Samantha said briefly that now she lives on her own and does not need her mother, who considers her a walking wench. So the woman was left alone in the big house. And the other will say, "Live happily ever after." The offspring are off her back, but not Megan. No matter how the kids treated her. And coming to empty rooms was harder. She called both John and Stella. But they didn't like to talk long, saying they were busy. They came rarely and not for long. Aunt Annie came in frequently and did something to brighten the loneliness of her mother. Megan even got a cat to keep her from being bored, but she could only listen and meow back. Soon the long hours on her feet and the age of 55 made themselves felt. At the examination, the woman was informed about a whole bunch of problems: varicose veins, cardiovascular disease, joints. Gradually, Megan herself did not notice how she began to befriend the bottle to brighten the loneliness and drown out sad thoughts. Aunt Annie walked into Megan's house and found the landlady asleep in the kitchen at the table. The woman roused her. Lately, Aunt Annie had been very concerned about her neighbor's condition. She had become unsociable, crying all the time, and even the house had become neglected. Annie tried to visit more often, but she couldn't stay with Megan. She was in her 70s. "Megan, come on up." It's morning. She shook her yawning and mumbling landlady. She jumped up, looking round and then shamefully hiding the wine bottle behind the table. "You've had enough of living on your own," Annie said as Megan cleaned herself up and began to prepare breakfast. "Who needs me? Men look at young men, and I'm old." Annie smiled, though she meant something else. "Men, it's a matter of time," said the neighbor, "and I think that you need an assistant and company." "My helpers are gone," Megan sighed, setting down her cocoa. "You're just rushing off the beaten path again." Aunt Annie scolded the woman. "I have an idea how to help you, so you can have more fun without this happening." She kicked an empty bottle under the table. One of Annie's sons often supplied orphanages with goods and other help from concerned compatriots. Orphans on reaching adulthood were supposed to be given flats under a state program, but in practice some waited years for them, and some didn't get them at all, but they had to live somewhere. "There's a girl there, Eva. She was pretty, but she didn't get a flat and had a baby when she was 19. Now she's scrounging around. You know how hard it is to earn money for rented accommodation with children. I feel sorry for the girl." "I don't know where you're going with this, neighbor." Megan listened intently. "I'm saying that you should take her in and help her with the household, and it won't be boring. And you'll do a good deed. You won't work forever. You'll be cooking soup and borscht in this canteen. And I'd get Ivotchka a nanny at the kindergarten through my old connections," Annie finished. Megan frowned. She didn't like the prospect of letting a stranger with a baby into her house. But then again, Annie was right. She was already going crazy with loneliness. It couldn't get any worse. "Could you vouch for her?" Megan asked her neighbor. "If I didn't vouch for her, I wouldn't even be having this conversation," Aunt Annie nodded. "I've known Ivotchka for a long time. I even wanted to adopt her. But where would I go as an old woman? Didn't they approve? So let her help you and live with you," Megan said. Annie looked into her eyes carefully, warmly and understandingly. "Megan, I'd take it, but you need it more." "I can see that." Stella looked irritably at the mud on her new shoes. The mud of her hometown, where she'd fallen into when she'd got out of the taxi. "Home, sweet home," she muttered through gritted teeth. Stella wasn't going to be here long, and the next day she already had a plane to the capital, so she stayed in a hotel. She was preparing herself morally for the meeting with her relatives, her older brother and younger sister. After all, for the first time in many years, they all had to gather together in the notary's office for the announcement of her mother's closed will. The news of it came as a great surprise. Stella had assumed that the house would go to the three of them in equal shares according to the law of inheritance, but not so. The girl was tormented by a bad feeling. The call with the news again took her by surprise when she returned from holiday. Now there was no way to get out of it. Who knows what the shifting on correctness maman scribbled in the will, and the very fact of its existence was a surprise in the midst of troubles. There was nothing to do. I had to board the aircraft again. Not to leave all her mother's possessions to her relatives, to a crazy soldier and a naughty skirt. Stella even thought over in her head how she could competently take away their parts of inheritance from her brother and sister. She even called the lawyers she knew, who were frequent visitors in her travel agency, but they only shrugged their shoulders, saying that a closed will is a cat in a bag, and therefore some schemes can be proposed only after its announcement. The notary's office was not far from the center, and near the entrance, Stella noticed a familiar figure with an army uniform. She snorted quietly and prepared to greet her brother. "Hi, you're still the same," she said as she approached him. "Hi, I can't say the same for you." John glared at his sister. He didn't like her haircut, or the tattoos that peeked through her translucent blouse on both arms, or the lemon-colored stiletto heels and red trousers. Stella appreciated the look and rolled her eyes, but quickly regained her neutral expression. They exchanged short phrases about life, weather, and nature, and waited for the last participant of the meeting. Surprisingly, there was almost no longing or sadness in the words of these people, only a poorly disguised irritation at the need to disrupt the usual way of life. No one even thought of going to the cemetery to say goodbye to the deceased. She's a slacker in her repertoire, John grinned. Lighting another cigarette, she was told to be here by 12, so it's early morning, and she's not here. She's probably wondering where she woke up today. Stella chimed in. Probably mocking her younger sister was the only thing she and John had in common. Soon a taxi pulled up outside the office. A disheveled Samantha jumped out in a hurry. Her hair was tucked into a ponytail, her crumpled t-shirt straightened out of her jeans. "I think you were right," John whispered in Stella's ear, glaring scornfully at his relative. "You're late," Stella said without greeting or ceremony to her younger sister's face. "I know," Samantha snapped back. "It's not my fault the bus took so long." Stella rolled her eyes again and pushed her fringes aside. "You'll make it up to me later," John said sarcastically as he pulled open the door. "We have more important things to do right now." The notary, who looked like a business canary, put everyone in their chairs. "First of all, I'm sorry for your loss. Losing your mother is a great blow. If I may, without further ado. We're busy people. We don't have much time." The notary nodded ceremoniously and asked for the testator's death certificate. John pulled the document out of his briefcase and handed it to him. The man ran his eyes over the papers, checked something, made a short note, and finally pulled an envelope from a desk drawer. He showed his signature and date on it. Mom must have felt it. She had drawn up a document 6 months before she went to the other world, Stella whispered, not addressing anyone in particular. Why did she have the nerve to write that will in the first place? John replied irritably. Maybe someone put the idea in her head, Samantha suggested, and instantly caught the frowns of her relatives. Both of them didn't like the idea, because the consequences could be bleak. The second envelope was also properly signed by 2 witnesses and the notary himself. In one of the curlicued signatures, Stella recognized the hand of her neighbor Aunt Annie. The envelope was opened, and at last the required paper lay on the notary's desk. The deceased's will was written on an ordinary yellowed sheet of paper from an old notebook, which did not fit in with the official office and the situation. While the notary read out the text, Stella nervously tapped her fingernails on the phone screen. Samantha was stirring a candy wrapper in her hands. John was crunching his knuckles. Everyone realized the importance of the moment and waited. I bequeath all my movable and immovable property. The notary raised his eyes at the audience, made an expressive pause to EVA Smith. There was such silence that one could hear a fly crawling on one of the folders on the far shelf. I take it there is no Citizen Smith here. The notary looked at the young people with equal surprise. What? Stella jumped up first from her chair. Who the hell is Smith? What the hell is Smith? What the hell is going on here? She rushed to the table, wanting to see for herself if she had heard a mistake or a joke. But her mother's handwriting said exactly what she'd heard. None of the names of the 3 children Megan had put in the will, and the complex signature at the bottom with its many curlicues testified to the genuineness of what she had written. Stella remembered from high school trying to copy it in her diary and failing miserably every time. We won't leave it like that. We'll contest it. We'll sue that Smith, whoever she is. Yeah, sue all you want. The notary shrugged his shoulders indifferently. My business is done. Oh, and don't forget the copies. Under the puzzled, lost, and somewhere angry looks of those present, he made 3 copies of the will, certified them, and handed them to everyone in turn. I'll get that Smith from under the ground, thundered Stella on the doorstep of the office, not at all embarrassed by passers-by. This is the house, and my father's garage, and the land where he wanted to build a summer house. Samantha was twiddling her thumbs in horror. Her mum gave it all to her. John spat in the flower bed. I wish I knew what it was for. It's all right, it's all right. We'll sue, we'll get every last plank in the house. Stella's eyebrows rose angrily, her eyes blazing with rage. We will. Only you. Don't expect us to share too much. John slowed her down. What do you mean? Stella drilled him with a glare. I've got a son growing up. He needs a place to live too. John emphasized the word son. And I need to invest in my business. You'll earn a house for your son too. Stella bit him back. Hey, I don't actually have a flat. I live in a rented one. Samantha shouted, listening to her brother and sister bickering. Both of them stared at her with such eyes that it became clear that they were ready to get rid of the third applicant for the inheritance right here. Samantha squeezed her head cowardly into her shoulders. The bickering under the door of the notary's office continued. Everyone realized that a quick resolution of the case would drag on for an incomprehensible period of time and incur costs and nerves. Meet Eva, and this is her son, Oliver. Annie introduced Megan to the girl standing modestly on the doorstep. She had a 1-year-old baby in her arms and a small check bag. She was poorly dressed, but she had a thick, shoulder-length blonde braid and huge blue eyes that still held a certain childlike naivety and belief in miracles. Megan remembered how children had looked at her with those same eyes. A long, long time ago. Ivachka, you come in, make yourself comfortable. Megan will show you everything. Annie pushed the hesitant girl into the room. When the guest had left, the neighbor asked her, Megan, why don't you look like you belong here? Good girl, did I ever cheat you? She's good, Annie. She's good, Megan said. But I'm not used to her. You know, I need to look at her more closely. Megan looked at her for a couple of weeks. At first, the conversations between the new acquaintances were awkward and clumsy. Aunt Annie, as promised, got the girl a job in a kindergarten, where she was happy to go to work. This way she could look after her baby and earn a little money. In the house, Eva did not do much housekeeping, only asked short questions about cleaning and other household trifles. The baby didn't interfere with anything and was quite quiet. The awkwardness was gone, thanks to His Majesty Chance. Megan, I'm back, Eve said loudly as she opened the door. The landlady's shoes were in their place, but she herself could not be heard. The girl cautiously entered the room, placed the cradle with her son on the armchair, and found Megan napping. There were a couple of empty wine bottles on the floor next to the sofa. Eve rushed over to the woman and began to bring her to her senses. Megan opened her eyes and looked around awkwardly. She had promised herself every day for the past 6 months that she wouldn't buy any more wine, that she wouldn't lock herself in her room and drink until the pinching feeling of emptiness was filled. But when she returned from her shift, her feet carried her to the shop, and her gut demanded relaxation. Megan guessed that Annie had insisted that Eve move in because she knew about her neighbor's addiction and was worried. Also, everyone realized that Megan's children didn't care about her. They were busy with their own lives and would at most put their mother in rehab for a while. Megan, what are you doing? Eva looked worriedly into the woman's eyes. Your blood pressure, your heart isn't right, and you're drinking. Megan staggered back. The girl shamed her, but justifiably so. And then the unexpected happened. The accumulated tension, longing, sadness overflowed the cup and tears spilled out. Megan buried herself in Eva's chest and burst into tears. The girl fell into a stupor for a few seconds, and then embraced the woman and began to affectionately stroke her back and comfort her as if she were a small child. I always dreamed of having a big family, said the lady of the house, while Eva was pouring tea. I wanted to be a mum. I played mother's daughter all my childhood, read fairy tales about princesses. Oliver sat in the pram, staring at Eva and Megan. He listened too, occasionally crooning and banging his fist on the side of the stroller. Mum didn't allow her to go out with boys. She taught her to be meek, docile, soft. She told me to take care of myself for my husband. And I looked at them and my father and thought that I would have the same, a warm family atmosphere and respect. A hot dinner in the evenings at a big table. Our table was small though, and our flat was only 2 rooms. Megan sniffed her nose like a schoolgirl. Eve put the cups on the table and sat down on a stool next to her, watching her son, who was starting to fall asleep. I always thought that my husband was a support, a wall, the main and wise one. That's how I lived until I met Alex. I fell madly in love, but I didn't see who. I got pregnant with John. We got married. And then Alex moved us here, to this house, and I realized I was in a fairy tale. The woman grinned and sipped from her mug. Not the fairy tale I'd read, though. I thought I was a princess, but it turned out to be Cinderella. You'd know how much I crawled here on my knees pregnant, scrubbing the floors, washing all the windows and mirrors every day. I cooked 3 dishes with a belly first, second, and compote. Eva listened without interrupting. My husband worked, received well, we had enough, but he demanded perfect cleanliness and housekeeping, and I happily ploughed like a horse on the domestic barns. I loved him a lot. Caught rare moments of tenderness from him after reproaches for dirty table or unpalatable cutlets. I thought it was my own fault. I didn't work hard enough. I didn't look. Then my son was born and I went into motherhood, began to raise my own joy. Only bad things stick easier and faster. We all know, and instead of a good son grew a copy of her husband, who thought that a woman should only. Oh, his poor wife now, poor girl. How guilty I feel for her. Megan sniffled again and hastily pulled a napkin from the napkin holder. It's not your fault, Eve intervened gently. You did everything you could to make the child happy. Bad example and bad upbringing played a part. I wanted to raise my son to be a noble, kind and fair man like his grandfather, Megan explained with a sigh. It's a shame he spent so little time with his grandson and left early. If only it had been different, if only it had been. My love, care, and involvement were taken for granted by my husband and later by my son. I realized this many, many years later. I didn't see my mistakes then and made the same mistakes with my daughters. Oliver dozed ludicrously in the pram, arms outstretched. Megan stood up to cover the baby with the blanket. Eva didn't bother her. When I got pregnant with Stella, my husband demanded I contribute to the family budget, so I ran headlong into a job. We're a family. But mentally, he ate me up every single day. And then I found out he was cheating. I cried to my mom, looking for support. She said that everyone has such patience. The main thing is children. He'll take a walk and come back. That's how I learned that my own father wasn't such a noble man. Just my mother was wise and did everything to make me see the perfect picture. It was already getting dark outside the window. A fine October rain began to pour down the panes. The neighbors 2 houses away had a rooster crowing loudly for some reason. EVA drew the curtains and carefully carried Oliver, who had fallen asleep, into his room to put him to bed, promising that she would be back soon. When the new neighbor tiptoed carefully into the kitchen, Megan was already making tea for the 2nd time. And I did a new stupid thing, the landlady continued. I forgave him, just like my mother said. Why? I was young, naive, only 26 years old. My husband realized that he had complete power over me and could go unpunished in any situation. He nagged for every speck, for crumpled laundry, for the mess of children. And I obediently tolerated and only scolded myself, that bad mistress, bad mother, bad as a woman. And then the 3rd pregnancy, I decided to leave, hoping for miracles once again. But no. In bringing up the girls, my husband was stricter, scolded for any disobedience, even the very tiny Samantha, and for some reason I gave in. I clogged their heads with marriage, correctness, wisdom, femininity. Oh, if only I'd realized sooner, if only I'd realized. Megan made eyes at the ceiling and often stopping the tears that had returned on her lashes. And when her husband crashed with his mistress, as I found out later, it was as if the rope around my neck had loosened. I wondered myself that I should be sad and crying, but I wasn't. Even though I had to work harder, I was glad. But for now only that no one else would come to my bed from under someone else's skirt. Quiet humiliation went away and my eyes began to clear, but I still lived indoctrinated by my mother. A woman needs a family, a loving husband, her own corner. I tried to instill that in my daughters. I got so far that now they both see me as an enemy, and my son as a second-class man. Eve moved closer and lightly hugged Megan, whose shoulders were shaking. I wanted so much to raise sweet, affectionate girls, but with my impositions I've raised an egoist and a walker. Do you know, Avochka, what is the saddest thing in this story? She looked up at the girl. I realized my mistakes only when they all left. And I'm old and alone and none of them need me. Megan, don't be so nervous. Eve's calm strokes on her back were soothing. All people make mistakes, but there are no mistakes that can't be corrected. You did what you knew how to do. You loved and cared for them as best you could and knew how. I'm sure it's worth talking to everyone and everything can still be saved. Oh, my dear, do you think I didn't try when the realization hit me? Megan sighed. I called. I wrote. I invited them to visit. They waved me off, said they were busy. The only thing I got was a couple of meetings with my grandson and money for medicine and doctors. I decided to go to them myself, but they stopped me. I tolerated, tried to understand, to justify them, but I knew I was deceiving myself. I was burned by this feeling of helplessness before those whom I myself created. And I broke down. Yes, I started to drink. It's the only way I can dull for a little while the pain of not being needed by my children. All your life you have given yourself and your joy to those around you, husband, children, strangers. Were you ever really happy? Eva asked cautiously. I don't remember. I was happy for my son's grades, for my husband's success, for the fact that the children ate well and did not get sick. That's not it, Eva said, although as a mother I understand you. I'm happy when Oliver eats and sleeps well. But that's different. When you were happy for yourself, were you genuinely happy inside? This time Megan was silent for a long time, trying to search her memory for such a long-forgotten feeling, and found it only in childhood, when her mother brought her a small kitten from work. Megan had played with it for a long time, cherishing it and stroking it. I think I'd long since forgotten what it felt like, she said quietly. A lot of people forget, but it is very important to keep the ability to be happy at any age. Eva smiled. Let's learn again. Come on, and please just call me Megan. The woman smiled weakly in return as well. Thank you. Surely the neighbor knows who this Eva is, Stella reasoned as she sat in the taxi, once again cursing at the lack of asphalt in the dirt of her hometown. When the fervor for swearing at the notary's office wore off, the trio decided to go to Annie's. She had called with the sad news she was also a frequent visitor to her mother's house, and her signature was on the envelope with the will. Stella, Samantha, and John agreed that she was the person to ask first. There wasn't much time. Everyone had their own things to do in town. They wanted to solve the difficulties that had arisen quickly, but it was not to be. Not only the situation became tense, but also periodic jokes and sarcastic clues to each other added fuel to the fire. They found the neighbor at home. Stella did not hesitate to bang her fist on the wicket door. Aunt Annie came out. Hello, hello. She greeted the unexpected guests with a youthful strut. And I've been waiting, wondering when will you shameless people show up? Aunt Annie, let's not get moralizing. Stella wrinkled her nose and tried to go through the gate. Aunt Annie put aside her bun, blocking the girl's way. You have no conscience at all for not coming to your mother's funeral. And as soon as you opened the will, you came running. The neighbor continued to reprimand the siblings standing by the fence. That's the law. John couldn't take it anymore and raised his voice. Why are you shouting? The granny told him. You've grown so big you've put on epaulettes, but you've never become a man. John opened his mouth in amazement. They remembered the neighbor as God's dandelion, who never said a rude word, brought them sweets and sweets. Let's put down what you think of us. Answer one question for us, and we'll never see each other again, Stella said in a tone that muffled the conflict. Suddenly a girl peeped out of the kitchen window of the house, which overlooked the wicket. Aunt Annie, what's all the shouting? Is everything all right? Yes, Yvochka, go put Oliver down. I'll be right there, the neighbor replied. Yvochka? Stella's eyebrows went up. Just a minute. But it was too late. Aunt Annie slammed the wicket door shut with an unprecedented swiftness for an old woman. There was the suppressed shriek of Samantha, who had her fingers nailed, followed immediately by John's profanity. The company realized that no one else would talk to them here. The swinish attitude towards their mother had played its part. Stella and John took some documents and things from the once empty house, and then all three of them left for their respective cities. This is for you, Eve smiled radiantly and handed Megan a candy floss stick. For me, the woman was so confused that she looked at the treat with fear and confusion. It was Indian summer, a Saturday. Both of them had the day off. A small circus was performing in the local park. Eva, on the pretext of going out with Oliver, had dragged Megan out to walk there. Come on, come on. She jokingly hurried Megan on her doorstep, on the last warm days of October, It's a crime to stay indoors. The woman hesitated at first, but then agreed. Megan caught herself thinking that it had been a long time since she'd taken a walk like this. All her routes were calibrated for a specific purpose: work, home, shop, hospital. She had somehow forgotten that you could just wander aimlessly for fun, chatting with someone and not constantly looking at your watch. The park was already beginning to put on its autumn finery. Crimson maples were dropping a carpet of patterned leaves on the pavement. Birch trees were swaying their soft branches, where, like a scattering of coins, the foliage was golden. In the flower beds, late velvets and dahlias bloomed with furry pom-poms. The sun glistened on their petals with beads of night rain, and only the fir trees were unperturbed green spots in the orange-red of October. Megan even admired the landscape, breathing in the still warm but already damp autumn air. She remembered long-forgotten sensations: calmness, joy, silent, quiet delight, when vanity seemed to be wiped away like dirt from glass. "Did you enjoy the performance?" Evie asked. "Yes, I haven't been to the circus in probably 20 years, Megan admitted. I never thought I could go there just for fun, without a reason or my kids." "A lot of things are fun to do for no reason," Eva said, fixing Oliver's cap, who said you needed a reason to be happy. Megan looked at her with either respect or sudden insight. "You know, Eva, you're not at all what I used to think you were," she admitted. The girl laughed. "Who did you expect? A new with a moping temper?" "Well, not exactly," Megan faltered awkwardly. The question had stumped her. Eva wiped Oliver's applesauce-smeared hands, put him back in the pram, and said, "I came to the orphanage as an adult, at the age of 12, and I already knew what it was to starve, what it was to hide from a drunken father in the cellar. That's why I learned to appreciate joyful moments, and in the orphanage I realized that if you let your guard down and cry all the time, you can go crazy." Now Megan listened eagerly to her companion. It was amazing how Eve's appearance didn't match her strong core inside. It was carefully hidden from view, though. And then I thought, why do we only rejoice on holidays? I mean, why do we do that? Gifts, surprises. Why are we trapped in this stereotype? I started to break it as best I could. First, I made paper cranes for all the children in the orphanage, and then I figured out how to sew beautiful outfits from the things that were donated to us. We even organized a fashion show once. Megan laughed. She was surprised at how much will, fortitude, and courage to appear different was in this fragile girl. I loved what I was doing, and I saw that joyful moments are very much needed all around, from small to great. My students reached out to me, and of course someone fell in love with me. Eva sighed. It was a spontaneous feeling, an impulse inspired by my idea, a joy in the midst of grayness. But now I have this little Kolobo. She patted Oliver's head affectionately. But all is never well. She glanced meaningfully at Megan, and when I turned 18, I found myself with a baby outside the orphanage. They wanted to leave him there, but I wouldn't let them. I couldn't get a flat, and I rented a room in a communal flat on my cleaning lady's salary and child allowance. That's how I realized to the fullest extent how important it is to be happy that you just live, and perhaps help others to live. "Is that why you went to work with the kids?" Megan suddenly guessed. "Yes," Eva nodded. "Children still know how to enjoy the little things. With adults, everything is drowned in routine, in some stereotypes and invented frameworks. We drive ourselves into a cage where there is nothing but vanity, problems, and fears. There are very few people who in adulthood can genuinely rejoice and see the beautiful things around them." She pushed back her braid and pointed to a woodpecker on the trunk of one of the maples. Megan also noticed the bird with the red beret hopping busily on the bark. "You've welcomed me into your home, and you've been kind, and I'm eager to help you enjoy life again," Eve said. "And you're starting to get good at it." Megan hugged the girl, hiding her wet eyes from her. It had been a month since that conversation in the kitchen that evening. Megan had forgotten the last time she'd had a drink, and her house felt cozy and bright again, in a way it probably never had been before. Maybe it was because both women needed that coziness, and both tried to keep it. Evenings were spent talking over fragrant tea or taking walks. Eve told Megan about everything. The woman was amazed at how broad the girl's horizons were and how much she had missed in her life. One day the group wandered into the evening park again, and some guy gave both of them a rose. Megan was so embarrassed she didn't know where to put the flower. She finally wanted to come home in the evenings, to cook something delicious, to hang out with Oliver and listen to EVA. It was amazing how close to her this girl, a stranger by blood, had become. Aunt Annie sometimes came to visit and watched Megan come to life more and more, the blush returning to her cheeks and the sense of purpose in her eyes. It was as if Megan had gained a daughter and a grandchild during this time, and there was no talk of rightness or marriage. How easy it was to accept someone with their particular views, cockroaches, and experiences. And even if EVA cooked soup differently, cut bread thickly, and scrubbed floors the old-fashioned way, Megan no longer wanted to argue, to correct, to teach. And it was not indifferent humility, but the very acceptance she had always imposed on her daughters, imposing what she herself didn't understand. One day at lunchtime, two men in overalls knocked on the gate of Megan's house. The landlady stepped out, looking behind the wicket in surprise. Eva was putting Oliver down for his afternoon nap. "Hello, we're from the utility company. We're checking for wiring past the meters." The men introduced themselves and shoved a form under Megan's nose, which she didn't have time to look at. "We're legal," she said, confused. "If it's legal, we'll check for frayed wires. What if you have a leaky roof? The danger of fire due to a short circuit is not a big deal." One of the guests raised a finger and put his foot very firmly into the courtyard. "All right," the woman stepped aside, allowing the worker to pass. The repairmen began to examine the wires and their location, then with serious faces looked at the pole, scratched their heads, wrinkled their brows, and as a result they said, "You have one wire here that is not connected to the meter, and the coating on it is frayed. We should cut it off and see if there's any sign of a short circuit in the house." "I don't think it's shorted out. The TV's working. The light bulbs are intact." Megan shrugged. "You can tell the firemen the same thing later," one of the men said indifferently. The woman had no choice but to let the workers into the house, and they began to do a lot of work there. They started climbing along the sockets, picking at the lamps, looking into the switchboard, examining how the wires were laid, without even taking off their muddy boots. Megan just sighed with a palm resting on her cheek in the corridor. 10 minutes later, one of the workers came up to her again and said with a mournful face, "Mistress, there was a leak in the ceiling near the switchboard and sockets without grounding. You need to repair, or Shirokronet's 220V from the kettle or iron in the rain and all." He even made scary eyes for convincing. "So how is it? How many years have I lived and everything is calm?" Megan only splashed her hands. "You live for so many years and tomorrow it will happen," continued to frighten her interlocutor. Suddenly his partner came out of the corridor, followed by EVA with a telephone in one hand and a heavy glass decanter in the other. "We don't need to change anything," she said sternly, shaking the schedule. "We didn't call anyone." "What are you doing, girl?" "We've come to fix the malfunctions," waved his hands at a man in blue overalls. "Troubleshooting that you just invented yourself. Get out or I'm calling the police." EVA showed the dialed number 02 on the screen. The men cautiously put their heads into their shoulders and glanced round. Megan was dumbfounded, but her hand instinctively picked up the heavy Soviet kernel on the table, which she had recently used to pour soup for lunch. "Megan, these, shall we say, electricians came in with no tools, no ID, and a piece of paper from the internet. Call them and have them picked up." After saying that, the men rushed out of the house, almost knocking down the doors. All Megan could hear from the backyard through the window. "I thought you said it was a woman living alone, you dear." When her pounding heart calmed down and her breathing became steady again, Megan was already sitting at the table, waiting for Eve to put some valerian in her glass. "How did you realize that those crooks weren't from the utility company?" she asked the girl. "I saw and heard from the window how you let them in, and I noticed at once that they came without tools. Electricians don't just walk around like that, and they won't come at all if you don't call them." Eva was watching the drops on the neck of the vial, and then one of them dropped the paper they were shoving in your face, and that's when it all became clear. She set the glass down in front of Megan and pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of her pocket. It was a crooked scan of a 3-year-old installation permit. "Oh," the woman sighed, "what would I have done without you?" Obviously, you would have been left with no savings, Eve answered bluntly, but everything turned out fine. But let's change the locks on the gate and the door. You never know. The women became almost kin to each other. Evia had made friends with the younger members of the kindergarten staff. She sometimes asked Megan to babysit her son while she made time to go to the hairdressers or do some shopping. It was a joy for Megan to babysit Oliver. She even thought of him as her grandson. How different were those happy moments from the few hours she was allowed to spend with her blood grandson. John and his wife were constantly criticizing her for everything and literally ripping the baby out of her arms. It was different with Oliver. He was happy to collect colored pyramids of rings with Megan, throwing cubes and balls, learning to walk, supported by a caring woman. EVA would sometimes come and watch from the corner of the house, watching Megan's care for her son. Everyone understood, and everyone needed it one evening. The girl walked into the kitchen to take the baby from the lady of the house and noticed a slight sadness on her face. "What's wrong, Megan?" Eve asked worriedly. "Oh, EVA, my heart aches for my own children." Megan sighed. "I wish we could communicate with them like we do with you. About everything in the world, at least on the phone. They haven't called or written in 6 months. Samantha ignores me completely." Eve thought about it. "I think you can try to improve your relationship with your children, but you need patience. I've put up with an arrogant husband all my life. I'm sure I'll have enough patience." Megan gave the girl a serious look. To pick up the phone and write to the children, these thoughts caused in the woman a stupor and fear of a new refusal to contact her loved ones. So strangely, she both wanted and feared it. Fear vividly resurrected memories of her youth, of caprices and torments with the hard characters of her offspring. And then Megan pushed the heavy thoughts out with an effort and began to remember the autumn walk in the park and after the circus show. She imagined walking like that with Stella or Samantha. Finally, having tuned in enough, Megan dialed her eldest daughter's phone. "Hello," Stella's voice came through after a series of long beeps. "Hello, Stella." Megan exhaled, gathering her strength. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine. Why are you calling?" Her daughter's voice became suspicious. "Do you want money for the doctor or something?" "No, daughter, I just want to talk to you." The woman swallowed. "Well, you talk. I'm listening," agreed on the other end of the phone. Something rustled in the phone. A knowledgeable person would have immediately realized that the call had been put on speakerphone. "Stella, you and I have never understood each other," Megan began. "It's probably my fault. I forced things on you that I was unhappy with without realizing it. Please forgive me, but now I realize my mistake and I want to know how you live and breathe. I want us to be able to talk like girlfriends and not hold grudges. Is that okay with you?" There were clicks, distant mutterings, rustling. "Why are you talking to your girlfriends?" Stella's voice came from somewhere, as if from far away. Did Aunt Annie come? Or what? Then it became clear that the girl is settling some work issues on another phone. "Yeah, we're chatting." Megan's lips quivered. "Bye, daughter." She pressed the cancel button and cried, covering her face. Eve rushed to comfort the poor woman, but she sobbed like a wounded animal. "Oh, I'm an old fool for hoping for a miracle," Megan scolded herself through her sobs. "Who needs me with my morals?" "I do, let's try again." Megan looked at her dejectedly, smearing her tears. "A little later, right?" Eve corrected herself, nodding cautiously. The frustration and sadness left Megan alone only towards evening. She realized that one attempt wasn't enough, that more would be needed, and already the first one had stabbed at her soul. It was even scary to call John. He was the most callous and cold-blooded of the three. The woman didn't even know what words to choose for such an important conversation with her son. Only Eve's closeness, her support, sincerity, and participation gave Megan strength and determination. John picked up the phone immediately, unlike Stella. His clear, service-chiseled hello rang through the house, even from the tiny speaker. "Hi, son." Megan began. "I wanted to." "Mum." "Hurry up," John interrupted her irritably. "I've got things to do." "What's up?" Nothing. The woman lowered her eyes sadly. I'll leave you to it. Yeah, go ahead, came from the other end. We'll try again later, we can't give up. Eva comfortingly took Megan's palm in her hands. The woman was no longer crying after the second call, but her eyes were filled with resignation. Ivachka, I don't think it's any use. They're adults, and they've been used to ignoring me for so long that it's too late to re-educate them. And your youngest, Samantha? Is she a little older than me? Eve wondered. I don't know her contacts, Megan said. Embarrassed for some reason, she blocked me everywhere after the fight. All I know is that she lives in the city and is studying, I think. Well, there had to be some kind of communication channel, right? Eve wouldn't stop. Suddenly, Megan jumped up and hurried into the room, muttering something. She rummaged through the dresser for a long time, then pulled out a dusty diary. Among the recipe entries on proper cotton washing and phone numbers, the woman found her daughter's email address. She used to use this address at school back in the day. Megan pointed to the corner of the page. I can't believe I didn't remember before. It's better than nothing, Evie said. We'll think of something to write tonight. In the meantime, why don't we go get some ice cream? Ice cream in December? Megan smiled. Why not? Eve winked at her, who says we can't. You'll be in a better mood in no time. Just what the doctor ordered on a gloomy day like this. She went into the freezer for a batch of ice cream. Megan watched with a cheek resting against her cheek. She realized that EVA was trying her best to keep her spirits up, but her motherly heart would still ache. Even though EVA had become like her own daughter, she couldn't undo the mistakes of the past on her own. It's amazing how sometimes common troubles pull together and try on even sworn enemies. After returning to their respective towns, Stella, Samantha, and John started a general chat room where they discussed the issues with contesting the will. It took a couple of weeks to figure out Eve's identity and get the outside story. Albeit with a creak, the company agreed to split the inheritance exactly 3 ways. Nevertheless, Stella pestered the lawyer with questions about how to legally get the most of it. The poor boy already regretted that he had tangled with her, and mentally cursed all the gods who once invented the court and inheritance. This is Evka, an orphan with a litter. Stella broadcasted in the voice message. Allegedly took care of her mother for the last year, but there are no documents to prove it. So she and her offspring are screwed. It's interesting, John answered. Some left-handed girl with a child lived there for a year, and her mother described everything to her. What kind of a ride of unprecedented generosity is that? Can I live like that, and in a year or 2 I'll have a flat? Samantha finished. Stella clicked her pen irritably. She was pissed off by the situation. The world of calm, measuredness, stable income, parties and holidays shook because of this idiotic will. Now, thanks to the efforts of her mum, she had to make a fuss, spend money and time. Yes, relatives know how to put a pig under the door, she said under her nose even after death. The prospect of sharing was not pleasant either. Talking to her brother and sister was annoying. John covered himself with the baby, Samantha with the lack of a place to live. The first was pushing his way through, the second was whining like an itchy mosquito. Stella caught herself thinking that she wouldn't mind doing her brother and sister a favor if they were busy solving urgent problems here and now instead of gnawing out their inheritance. Eva and Oliver had gone to daycare, and Megan had just returned from her night cook shift. For weeks now, the woman had been plagued by a vague premonition. She'd been thinking, deciding, calculating things in her mind, weighing things, but she'd never told EVA. The woman took a nap for a few hours, thought it over once more, and went to her neighbor's house. Annie, I want to write a will, she blurted out, sitting down in front of her. God be with you, Megan. Aunt Annie waved her hands in the air. Are you going to die? I have a premonition. I don't know. I just have a feeling I should do it now. When Aunt Annie stopped oohing and aahing about her neighbor's statement, she clarified. It took me a long time to get round to it, but I think I'm doing the right thing. Well then, it's necessary to call a notary if you're going to do it, Annie thought. Yes, we can't do it without a notary, Megan confirmed. The women called the notary's office and made an appointment. The notary informed them that they would need 2 witnesses. "Don't tell EVA, please," Megan asked her neighbor before leaving. "I thought we were going to use EVA as a second lookout." She shook her hands. Megan shook her head. "No, we can't have her." Annie thought for a moment. "I've got a son coming over in those days. Maybe him?" Megan agreed, nodded, said goodbye to her neighbor, and went home with a slightly relieved heart. The day before, she had spent a long time composing something else, an email to her youngest daughter. She wrote a bunch of pages, scribbled, wrote again, scribbled. Then with difficulty she created a mailbox with Eve's help and slowly retyped the text onto the screen. It had been a week since she'd sent it, but her inbox was just as sad and empty. Evie had said that sooner or later her daughter would respond with something, a single word. Megan tried to believe. She generally tried to notice more good things around her. It had become an acute daily necessity on the way to getting rid of the enormous guilt and resentment she felt toward herself, her children, and life. And at times Megan felt she was succeeding. In the flight of a swift, in the glint of a puddle in the sun, in the warmth of a mug of fragrant tea passed from hand to hand, she gathered the grains of her medicine. And close by was the one who always supported and protected the fragility of the recovering soul. Stella enlisted all her connections and hired the best lawyer available to challenge her mother's will as soon as possible. It took several months, but the girl got her way. In court confirmed that as direct heirs of the first turn of the native children of the deceased, the 3 of them, Stella, John, and Samantha, have legal rights to receive all the property of the mother. However, the second part of the plan could not be realized. The inheritance was awarded equally to each of them. Nothing. Stella rubbed her hands together as she left the courtroom. "We'll use our own methods here." The main thing is that the sneaky orphan was left with nothing. The bossy head of the travel agency was accustomed to do so when legal methods were exhausted. A couple of conversations hit the right pain points, scare her, gather dirt. Who cares how she gets what she wants? John and Samantha didn't attend the trial. The first referred to the service, the second on the cost of traveling. Stella alone represented the interests of the 3, though the interest here was rather entirely hers. The relatives were notified of the entry into the inheritance by registered letters from the lawyer. The girl thought over ways of action, how to force the fools, brother and sister, to sell the mother's property as soon as possible, so as to hide from them part of the income from the transaction. Stella's plans were Napoleonic. She had long yearned to open a second branch of the agency, to exchange her 1-bedroom for a 2-bedroom closer to the center, and what to say, to run away to the States. Neither a fair division of money, nor the welfare of relatives, Stella did not care what was to say about a strange girl with a strange child. Neither EVA nor Aunt Annie attended the trial. The old woman and the young mother had no opportunity to go to the capital, although they knew what was happening. EVA was taken aback when she learned that Megan had left her all her possessions. The girl was very confused. She experienced 2 shocks in a month, first from Megan's death, then from her will. The woman passed away in her sleep, having had a heart attack. Eva found the one on her bed when she got home from work. It was 2 months after the will was written. Megan had a feeling, and she wasn't wrong, unfortunately. Where the hell is that damned abstract? Samantha muttered irritably to herself as she picked at the bowels of her laptop. The previous day she had been given a study assignment, and she remembered that at school she had prepared a big report on a similar topic. Samantha decided to find it, print it out, and hand it in again, so that she wouldn't waste time collecting and processing the material again. Stella had contested the will, and now the 3 of them were the rightful owners of the house, land, and garage. Samantha was tempted to look for a cozy flat in the suburbs. She was already dreaming about moving in, what kind of renovation she would do, what kind of sofa she would buy. All the furthest school folders of the laptop were dug through and through and through. Nothing could be found through the system search either. Samantha was already nervous, imagining a sleepless night preparing an essay. But her memory told her that she had sent the paper to the teacher's post office in the 10th grade. She had to remember the password to the mailbox she hadn't used for a long time. After much manipulation, Samantha managed to log into the account. She began scrolling through her inbox with interest. Mostly there were advertising offers, emails from some dreary scammers, and archival photos of her classmates. Stop. What is this? Suddenly Samantha saw a letter from an unfamiliar address. It was strikingly different from everything else that had accumulated in her email box over the years. It wasn't that old. It had been sent just under 8 months ago. My eyes ran along the lines indifferently at first, but with each word I read, interest, anxiety, embarrassment, realization, and shame grew like a snowball. Hello, my daughter. How are you? I don't know whether you will read my letter or not, but still I hope for the former. I want to ask your forgiveness for everything from beginning to end, for the upbringing you disagreed with, for my desire to mold you into a copy of myself and condemn you to the same torment, for my inattention to your inner world, and for the gulf that separated us that evening at the courtyard, turning into years of silence and coldness. I hope you'll forgive me. I didn't realize my mistakes until many years later, but I don't blame any of you three. You grew up to be who you grew up to be, and I'm still secretly proud of you all. But we've made so many mistakes. Resentments, misunderstandings, harshness, rudeness have divided us all as if we were strangers. How many of your happy moments I missed and didn't see, for which I now blame myself terribly. I wouldn't have dared to write to you, my daughter, if I hadn't had help. I met a girl who opened my eyes and showed me what I had been depriving myself of all the years of your childhood. I finally have the strength to admit it. I realize I'm asking the impossible, but let's try to become just a little closer as family people. I hope with all my heart for a speedy reply. Your mum, Megan. Samantha finished reading the letter, lips jumping, shoulders shaking. She threw herself onto the back of a chair and burst into tears. Those pure and sincere words from her mother burned all the years of resentment out of Samantha's soul. That night the girl did not sleep. She forgot about the essay, about her studies, about the fact that she had to go to classes the next day. Samantha sat on the floor of the room against the wall until morning, hugging a small plush toy she had brought from home many years ago. It had been given to her by her mum for the 1st of September. The toy had been gathering dust under the couch in a bag for years, but today Samantha found it, blew the trash away, cleaned it, and coddled it like a kitten. At dawn, the plush was wet with tears, her eyes swollen, her face flushed. As soon as the clock struck 8, Samantha realized it was time, or rather, she could already. She frantically flipped through the phone book, looking for Aunt Annie's number. When she found it, she called the older woman, apologized repeatedly, and struggled to get Evie's number. Her fingers trembled. Samantha exhaled, hastily wiped a tear from her cheek with the palm of her hand and dialed the numbers. Hello, Eva. You don't know me, but we need to talk. My name is Samantha. I'm Megan's youngest daughter, and I want to give you my share of the inheritance.